Hello and welcome to Friday the 12th of January 2024 for the Australian 16ft Skiff and 13ft Skiff national titles hosted by the St George Sailing Club. We are just making our way out onto the physical bay, out of the river. The start committee tried very hard to get a start line down in the river, but unfortunately the wind direction isn't playing games at the moment. But joining me in commentary today is Andrew Dolly Davola and Jess Isles. Welcome, guys.
Hello, thank you for having us back.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Always a joy having you back, Jess, so thank you. So 6 races done and dusted. Fair bit of shifting around in positions and so forth we've seen, and might jump straight into the overall results for the 16s. Have a quick look at that. Well, oh, we got the 13s. There we go, the 16s.
That's better.
Dole, where are we at?
Well, obviously Southerly had a very good day yesterday and consolidated a lovely score to get into the lead, and they currently lead on 18 points with a 10-point gap back to Moon and Yachts on 28, 1 point back to Imagine Signage on 29, Skelcon on 33, Fluid Building 1 point back on 34, and we've got Noakes on 37, Domino's 46, 1 point again back to Insight on 47, equal with IME on 47, and then Modern Concept Constructions on 49. So we've really got the top 3 stepped out a little bit, but we're going to have another drop come into play once we get to 8 races, and Sarah Lee doesn't have another big drop. Her next biggest number at the moment's an 8, and the chasing pack are all carrying numbers in the teens, so things will close up a bit. And we keep saying today is moving day. We've said that for the last couple of days. And
it's a big house, mate. Big house. We've got a lot of furniture.
We're moving a lot, it would appear. So, like, today is critical. So, Southerly, if Southerly can get some low scores today, and at least keep in touch with the boats around them, they're going to consolidate and look very good going into the last day. But yeah, certainly going to be an interesting day, Jimmy.
Very good. And they are in the 13s, Dole. Where are we shaping up for the points there?
So the 13-foot skiffs, we've got Ebix have a nice little 4-point buffer. They're on 8 points. Cybertech Group, they've been sailing extremely well to be in second on 12. Harkin Musto are on 18. Then we've got the Consistent Plonk on 26. Sail Media on 29. Fluid on 32. Cheeky on 34. Black Cat 38. Modern Concept 43, tied with Bartley on 43.
There we have the championships after 6 races. Just the weather for today, what are you sort of seeing?
Yeah, today it's a nice sunny day. We've got a really good nor'easter which is filling across the bay. I think at the moment we're sitting at about 16 knots from the east nor'east and gusting up to 20. I'm expecting that might fill in throughout the racing today. We also have a big run out tide from 2 metres down to 0.2 metres with a low tide at about 4 o'clock. So for most of the racing today, we've got a big run out tide. As Jimmy said earlier, we have moved out into the middle of the bay rather than racing on the river, so the tide won't have as much of a play, but it's definitely creating some chop on the water for our sailors.
Yeah, the tide, as we've alluded to, is a big factor out here. Just checking in with my cheater on board the start boat of where to go. He said if you can get any tide behind you, it'd be probably over near the runway from where they're proposing to start. So that's where we'll probably see a few boats head over that way.
Yeah, the breeze has got a little bit of east in at the moment still. At the moment we've probably only got 14 to 17, I'm guessing, tide's making it look a bit windier than it really is. But when you are going to windward, you're getting pushed up the bay, makes it feel like you've got a bit more breeze. If it does clock around to the true northeast, hopefully it might build a bit. But yeah, at the moment we're right in that zone of sort of between big and little, and when we departed the beach we had a bit of a mix. Everyone's running a bit late, so I'm wondering whether there's been some last minute rig changes back on shore. So when they do grace us with their presence out here eventually, it's going to be interesting to see who's got what rigs in, I think. But I'm guessing the majority, I think, today will see big rigs. But the truth will be told when we get some boats out here, folks.
Well, they're probably all back, been caught with all the old salts in the St George Sailing Club for Reunion Day. Hello to everyone back there watching.
And there's plenty there.
There's plenty of stories already getting told, and I'll just walk through there shaking my head, but I've just got a message from one of them that are in there, Steve Bowen, saying you better tell the starters that they better be sailing in the river or there's no free beer for them. So...
Yeah, our starting committee did really try hard to get a race started in the river, but unfortunately we do have to prioritise the racing.
Yeah.
So sorry, old buffers at the club. We did our best, but here we are.
You can watch on the TV, everything's going to be fine. So, but g'day to all the former skiff sailors, younger and older, that are at the club today. Good to see some of you on my way through. I've seen people from all over the country. Amazing.
Yep. The strong WA contingent there. Then I've seen our oldest living Australian champion, Kenny Beechel, was in there. So there's, I think, nearly 400 of the old salts in there.
Expected today, yep.
There'll be plenty of truth getting told back there, that's for sure.
It was a pretty full house, but how good for Ken to be at the Skiff Club today and see his son and grandson sail together on the NHS today. So hopefully they can do him proud, and I'm sure they will.
And Willie Morrison, he was there, and did you happen to see Jammer?
No, I haven't seen Jam, and I don't know if he's working today.
No, he was halfway out this way for something for an appointment.
Oh, okay.
And he convinced Chrissy to
just stop in,
just to pop in for maybe one.
Yep.
So
I believe our old mate Mr. Witt's there.
Yeah, g'day Witty.
G'day David. I hope to catch up with you afterwards. But yeah, Brian Evans, Scotty Glaskin over from WA.
Wallaby.
Rod Howe, Thurston, down from Queensland.
Thurston the first.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Greg Hyde was going to be joining us down there today, and I was going to run him down, but unfortunately he's not going to make it today. He was very disappointed. Of course, Greg being famously winning the Australian title, taking every heat.
I think one thing I really enjoy about the Old Buffers Day is to see the history of the class. The 16s have been around for a really, really long time, and it's great that these old buffers can come back and share memories with each other and watch some racing and see how the boats have changed and developed over the years.
And say things like how good they were in their day. And
brilliant, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know what these young blokes are doing, really.
Well, I managed to catch up with Rolf Cohen before the proceedings got too far underway, and have a quick little look at where I caught up with Rolf earlier on today. Here with the president of the Manly 16ft Skiff Club, Rolf Cohen, also president of St George. Rolf, how's the week been?
Oh, Jimmy, it's been fantastic. Seeing all the boats up and down the park. It's only about 2 years ago. This was a building site, and we had no idea where it was going to end up. And having 80-odd boats racing around on Botany Bay and up and down the river, filling the park with people, it's really exciting stuff. Really exciting.
Mate, it has been one incredible thing. Old Buffers Day today, or Old Salts Day. How's the mood on the bus coming down?
Look, I think there's a few people that have won titles that didn't really win titles. We've talked up a few results that we didn't know we had. We've all improved in the last hour from Manly down to here, and I believe Belmont are doing the same. So I think today's going to be rather large, mate, rather large.
All right, well, you get in there, enjoy yourself, and enjoy hosting this, and we'll come back in later on and see what happens. Yeah.
Cheers, Jimmy. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ralphie. There you go, from one very proud president of both Manly and the St George Sailing Club. So I'm sure Ralphie will be... Well, Ralphie's walking around with a moon boot on, so he's just had a bit of surgery. But it's all good that everyone's there enjoying themselves. So we've got one of our first boats here, the TTR group, TTR Civil.
That looks like a big rig to me. See a number of boats coming up the bay, the majority of which look like they've got the big rig in. TTR there, you can see they're swinging hard, playing a bit of main sheet, so they're not stupidly overpowered, but they've got plenty of grunt in that rig. So yeah, I expect if we do see this breeze build a bit, we might be in for some pretty exciting action this afternoon, which is what we all want to see, right?
Well, shaping up very, very good down in the river. If we could have sailed down there to the mines were opening up just nicely for a bit of action.
There were some pretty steep holes to dive into down there. But a little bit better out in the bay here, but it's still pretty choppy. So yeah, we'll just see how this pans out. We've got the committee boat on station with the AP flying. It's unlikely that we're going to start on time here with a lot of boats still to come out. They're just getting the course laid in, and we'll see how we go.
Can also see on the back of our start boat, it looks like we've got a number 3 flag, so probably looking at 3 laps today. We do have 2 races as well, so I would estimate 2 3-lap races, which will definitely tire out our skiff sailors.
We've got a 1 nautical mile beat apparently, so it'll be a little bit shorter for the 13-foot skiffs, but yeah, that's a bit shorter than what we've been sailing this week so far, and that should make for some pretty short, sharp racing. Probably
and there you've
plenty
got
of action.
Red pumps on. It's just the normal red pumps. It's not, and they've got big rig, and you're just seeing the Hunter Hart Safe go past for the little rig. So there is a good mix out here, starting to get the majority of the fleet out here, as you said, Dole, but I think we'll be under AP for a little bit.
Yeah, I think Peter will do the right thing. Well, try and help the sailors out a bit by not starting a race without everyone out here.
I spoke to Perry Como this morning.
Yep. And
I think I know why Lee's not going as good as he possibly could. Perry's advising him.
Oh dear. So Peter Lawson, aka Perry Como, probably in the club as we speak.
He was breaking his neck to get down there when I was on the phone to him. I was trying to hold him up as long as I could.
Yeah. So we saw Hunter Hart Safe there before. That's Noah Steenson from Belmont, also one of our very young up-and-coming skippers, and I believe, I should check, he's sailing with his father, Greg, and Glenn Young, yeah. So another father and son combination there. But I'm not exactly sure how old Noah is, but he's very young. I think he's still sailing flying 11s as well. So fantastic to see.
Moonan's just had an unfortunate capsize down just behind the start boat there. It looks like someone's going up the rig.
Yeah, I think they might be trying to fix something. Might have been a quick sorting out of a halyard or something, perhaps.
That really goes to show why getting out here early is often a good thing. If anything goes wrong, you need to be able to fix it.
Indeed. And look, we've got Moonan out here, SKE, IME, Southerly, red pumps. You know, you can tell the guys who here comes the fluid and the fire stopping. You'd be happy to know, Jimmy. And we've got Eric Storage on camera there. So yeah, you always see the good guys come out. They'll have a good look around at this race course before while they've got plenty of time. Looks like Eric's are just going up to the start boat to have a bit of a chat. I think they know the PRO quite well, don't they?
Well, he's Eric Storage.
He is their sponsor.
So the other day, Dole, when we were talking about the good-looking signage, and I won't repeat exactly what Tinny said, but when you pick Manflu...
I didn't pick Manflu.
Who picked Manflu?
Bozo picked Manflu.
Picked Manflu, did he? Well, there you go. He said some not so nice words, and he said Eric's didn't get a mention. So
he's upset. Beautiful signage on the Eric's, I'd say. That is magnificent looking boat. What do Eric's Storage do, Jimmy?
Removalists and storage, I believe. Oh. I know that much. I've used them.
So yeah, we do have Eric's Storage and Eric's Removals, two separate boats here that Peter Timworth sponsors out of the Middle Harbour Club.
There's the mighty fire stopping on screen.
A very kind, long-standing sponsor. So how long have Fire Stopping been sponsoring boats, Jimmy? Since about 2006?
No, Dole, it goes a fair way back to 1991, the sponsorship of skiffs with fire stopping.
Oh, on a 16?
16 was the first one, was 1991, and then all the way through, and then been sponsoring boats one way or the other all the way through since then. Sponsored Mal Page and Dave Page in the 505s back in the day as well. And yeah, good to see Mum and Dad still continuing the sponsorship.
Indeed, yeah. Great to see, and real synonymous name too. Everyone knows the Fire Stopping.
What do they do? We do passive fire protection is what fire stopping does, which is fire separation work for those that don't know. So we don't do wet systems like sprinklers or alarms, but there you go.
We're trying to give all the sponsors a run this way. All these people that kindly come forward and sponsor boats. It's great to give them a little bit of exposure. And it's looking a little bit gusty at the moment here. Still got the east in it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it does. It looks like they're just setting the top marks now. Yeah, right up the bay near the airport.
Looking at the IME there, Hugh Stoddart with Trent Barnabas and Rob Napper. Bit of a moving day for those guys today. They'll be looking for some good results.
CJK looks like they on Little Rig there, Dol? Very much so, looks like. Darby Jones.
I think it could be. Darby Jones from Belmont.
Speaking to a few boats before racing today, choosing a rig was definitely on their minds. I think, yeah, if you're heavier, you should be more confident choosing a big rig, but it's really hard to predict what's going to happen, especially with a bit of east in the breeze. So choosing a rig that you're comfortable with is going to ensure you just have a fun day and you can get around the course. So yeah, we're seeing a few little rigs out here, but as predicted, mostly big rigs. Our 13-foot skiffs only have one choice, so that's easy for them. They just stick in whatever they've got and hope they can handle it.
Set and forget.
My sort of sailing.
Looking at Rod Carter's insight there. He's gone big rig. And he's got Big Rob Flanagan and Stoney on board, Andrew Stone. They've got a bit of purchase. Flano's about 7'5", isn't he? I think.
Oh, I think so.
So yeah, they'll be
good bloke to go to a rock concert with if you're trying to find someone. You just
sit on his shoulder.
Flano, where are they? And he can tell you.
Yeah. But another boat who's another top 10 boat. They'll be looking for some good results today. Just getting the kite up and making sure everything's in order. Rod Carter makes his own sails for the skiff.
He's a school teacher, isn't he?
He's a school principal.
School principal, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, and he also runs the combined high school sailing regatta every year and does a magnificent job. Fantastic little regatta for the kids to do when they're in high school.
I think we've all done a CHS at some point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good opportunity. The time of year means slightly lighter breezes, so lots of kids at CHS will jump into a slightly bigger boat. Gives them a chance to test out what they might want to do in the future.
Yeah, my son Will, with his crew Alistair Hunter and Alex Hart, who skippers the fire stopping, won the CHS regatta in the Ross Bell Electrical 16. There's the boys on Imagine. Nathan Wilmot with Brett Davis and Jack Hildebrand.
Got their red jerseys on, meaning they're currently coming third overall.
And same with them. They'll be looking to close the gap on Southerly today.
Absolutely. I think a big part of today with two races, with a lot of boats feeling the pressure, is if you don't go so well or you don't go as you hoped in the first race, to really try and brush that off. Know that we get a second drop after the second race today, so trying to pick yourself back up again. Yeah, it's definitely as much a mental game as it can be, the physical and racing.
And it's hard to pick yourself up if you have a bad one in the first one on a two race day. It's hard to really pick yourself up and go again.
Yeah, so that I guess comes down to good crew work. I know when I was racing and we weren't having a good day, someone would have to tell a joke so we could all have a little laugh and move on. Yeah, I think the sibling combo, I sailed with my brother, and if we look at the 13s, we've got Gemma and James Hopkins as a sibling combo. That can work really well, and sometimes it doesn't. But I really enjoyed sailing with someone who I knew really well, so that seems to be working well for them too.
Speaking of your brother, what's he up to these days?
Oh, you know, he just plays golf when he wants to. He's getting married soon, so he's moving on with his life, so well done, Andrew.
There you go.
And Andrew holds down the treasurer position in the Skiff Association, does a great job for us. Yeah, he's also one of our measurers, so he was down here on Friday helping measuring things, and he's still involved with USSA, so it's great to see that, yeah, the club and the association can still hold on to people even though they're not sailing anymore. It just goes to show how great our volunteers are. Indeed.
Here we have our Bartley 13 with Taylor and Hugh. Seems like they're excited for today, a little bit of breeze that they can be comfortable in, and you can see Hugh on the front there looking for the wind up breeze, trying to, I guess, make decisions on where they want to go.
Yeah, they're currently 10th in the standings in the 13-foot skiffs. And there we can see the little general, Lee Napton, with Pete Mackey and Ricky Bridge on the Noakes. So also looking for a big day. So pretty much everyone's looking for a big day, but those guys who are sort of in that top 5 or 6, they might be feeling a little bit of pressure today to perform. Hunter Heartsafe we were just seeing there. Insight with Dominoes. Dominoes with Michael Quirk, Big Dale Dawson and Tom Steenson. Tom Steenson, I'm predicting, is going to be one of the great 16 sailors of the future. Very talented young fella. He's a fit young man and a very good sailor.
Yeah, in terms of the conditions, now that we've got all the boats out here, everyone seems to be fairly comfortable. So, yeah, it goes to show that the chop on the water is probably looking like it's windier than it actually is. I'm thinking at least for this first race, the big rigs will have an advantage.
There's the boys on the Moonin. Dan be looking for results again today. He's been a little bit up and down, but we all know when that Moonin boat gets fired up and goes fast, it goes very fast. So I think they just need to find themselves a bit of space where they can get the boat trucking. And I think today they could be ones to watch: Daniel Turner, Simon Hoffman and Matt Stetter.
There was the MCC on screen who led for the majority of the race yesterday and stubbed their toe.
Yeah, that little double tack they had to do at the top mark, that really hurt them. Sarah managed to get around with a gust, get the kite up, and she really scooted away. They did a little double tack because they got gassed and didn't lay the mark, and by the time they got around and got the kite up, the breeze had sort of dissipated, and she really put enough distance on them to keep that lead. But they certainly showed yesterday that in their right condition, they've got plenty of pace, and Jared knows which way to go.
On screen now we have Nozomi. Two of the guys on that boat won the 13-foot skiff nationals a few years ago, so it's great to see them moving up into the 16-foot skiffs now. I think this is their second season together with a new sheet hand this year, so I think they're doing really well for themselves.
Yeah, so Max Downey and Tom Mount Stevens won the 13s in Belmont, I think,
Belmont,
wasn't it?
two seasons ago.
Yeah, and they now have Hugo Kemp on the sheet with them. Start boat has just opened the start line, so the orange flag's gone up. So we won't be too long, hopefully, folks, and we'll be going into action. Just seeing Pepsi Max there. They look like they've got the little rig in. Bartley Construction little rig.
First State Lending little rig.
First State Lending with the little. I think Manflu has little rig. So yeah, you tend to see some of the boats who might be down in the fleet a bit, younger crews, lighter crews. Looks like they've elected to go with the smaller rig, but at the moment it's looking like big rig conditions, so they might struggle a bit until the breeze builds, and that may be for the second race. It's the young lads on the Fireball, small rig, just playing it safe.
There's the Bozo's pick for the best sign writing, the Manflu. There's the boat full of Stabics.
Yeah, so Nick Stabic steering, Andrew on the helm, and Fergus up in the bow. So two brothers and a son. Stabac family, very, very famous sailing family in skiffs, particularly in the 18-footers. I sailed with David in the 18-footers myself. And David, if you're watching at home, big shout out to you, mate. Hope you're doing okay.
I think a lot of boats now that the start line has opened, they have an instrument on their boat where they can pin the boat and the pin end of the line, so they've got a little bit of a gauge. It's not super accurate, but at least they've got a gauge of whereabouts they are on the line when it comes to start. So we might see a few boats doing that. Dolly, do you want to talk about your boys on Employment Hero?
They're on screen now, so Will, Alistair and George, they've got the little rig in, despite the fact that me and Robert Atkins were up half the night building them a new big rig after they snapped their mast yesterday. But I'm sure we'll get that big rig in again before the end of the regatta, and we built a brand new mast overnight last night, so thanks very much for your help, Baz. And yeah, if I get a little bit lost today with people's names, or you might have to elbow me if I fall asleep, Jess.
Yep, will do.
Just elbow me in the ribs.
We'll just blame it on everyone back at the club that talked to you on the way through.
But yeah, I'm a little sleep deprived this morning.
How was the sunrise at Brookvale, mate?
I was up at 4 a.m, Jimmy, and down, I squeezed in a quick cup of tea and headed down, and we had everything ready to go last night, and we just threw all the wires and everything together this morning, and then we put it in the boat. There's the Botany Access team with Zoe, and they have also got the little rig in today.
You can see Zoe wearing her Australian sailing jersey on. She's from a very, very talented family, and she's right up racing against her brother today as well. So, yeah, good luck to Zoe. I know she loves it when she's ahead of her siblings.
Yeah, a bit of family rivalry for sure. And they were a bit of a late addition to the fleet, I think, weren't they?
Two days before the start of the regatta, so they entered.
I was away for a month, and the first thing I knew was when I got back to Sydney for the first day of the regatta, and Zoe's sort of been filling in at Manly and doing a fantastic job. It seemed whatever boat she jumped on, she was going fast.
A bit like Jess.
Yeah.
Jess guest appearance Isles.
We're pretty lucky, particularly at Manly, for our little pool of super subs that we can call on for the skiffs, and Jess is good enough to jump in both the 16s and the 13s, which is good to see, and pass on some of your wisdom to particularly the 13 kids.
Yeah, absolutely. They're such a lovely, lovely group of kids, and to be able to jump in a 13 and have a go with them is, yeah, really fun.
We've got Eric's Removals with Josh Thunenson, Rose Boyce and Max Morrow from the Middle Harbour Club. Still flying the AP on the start boat at the moment, but they're on station, so hopefully we won't be waiting too long, folks. Bear with us. Breeze has appeared to just backed off a little right now. Still.
Bucko would have some reason. He'd be trying to tell us some reason now.
It'd be the Catabatic something, Jimmy, and it'd have
no cliffs around here for Catabatic. I've learned that much about Catabatic. I don't know much about it.
If not, it's the water temperature at Lord Howe Island.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So not long until the AP comes down here.
Yeah, AP's just gone down.
So that means we've got 1 minute until our 5-minute warning signal. So, yeah. I really love that shot of the start boat there, where we've got the breeze going one way and the start boat facing the other way, which does show how strong the tide is. So I'm expecting that we might have a general recall here with boats getting pushed over the line just from the tide. But we'll see how they go. Hopefully everyone behaves themselves.
I'd put my house on it, Jess.
Yeah.
So I don't know how patient Mr. Tinworth will be, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a pretty good chance we're going to see probably a very early everyone over the start line. What you tend to see is once a bunch go over, everyone keeps going with them. So
they're like they're like sheep when you go through the gate at the farm. If you get one through, they all go.
So that's 5-minute flag is up.
Yeah, it is really interesting when you're on the start line because quite often you can't see the pin or you can't see the boat, so you really just have to keep up with everyone around you, and it's a general great. You just don't want to be the one boat that's sticking out from the rest.
And if you use the Norfolk Island pine as you can see in the background there, I'll use a Norfolk Island pine as a transit. I just can't remember which Norfolk Island pine it was.
I was just about to say that, Dole, when I looked, I'm going, where are you going with this?
So with a transit, you line yourself up on the line and try and find something on the shore that you can identify. So if you can't see the pin, you know where you are on the line. Coming up to 4 minutes.
So our 4-minute gun was showing a blue Peter. For those who don't know, that blue Peter is the blue flag with the white in the middle. If boats are over within the last minute, they just need to go back behind the line. We might see a black flag later, which means if you're over in the last minute, you are immediately disqualified. Just for that race.
And Peter doesn't seem to like the U flag, he just goes straight to the black. And fair enough.
There'll be a few black flags getting handed out back at the club later on tonight, I'm assuming.
Yeah, sent off. Yeah. Or yellow card, right?
It'll be a red card.
Red card.
And if you are over in the last minute or an individual recall is called, you have 4 minutes to go back and restart if it's a blue Peter, and you are allowed to do that. But you don't know if it was you, so you've got to make sure you know where you are on the line, and if you think you're over, it's sometimes best just to go back, restart, find yourself some clear air, and yeah, hope it was worth it.
I can tell you're a school teacher, Jess. You've done all your study.
I do like explaining things.
Yeah, well, skiff sailors.
As Chiz just said, you have to on this boat, that's for sure.
And skiff sailors are like a bunch of children. 2.5 minutes. Everyone's just sort of having
I'm trying to time our run to the start line here, Dole, with the tide.
Yeah, I think you could just park, Jimmy, and you'll go nowhere. The tide's pushing you up and the breeze is blowing you down, and we just sit here. I don't know why the start boat's even got an anchor out, to be honest. But yeah, we're looking down the line. You can actually see the boats getting carted from left to right of your screen. As they're sailing down the line, you can see the boats physically going sideways at the same time.
Yeah, and it becomes really tricky in that last minute where you're trying to slow your boat down, and without any boat speed, the tide has a much bigger effect on you.
Down to 1.5 minutes now. Seems to be a lot of boats congregating down towards the pin end. The boats down at the pin end have got no hope of staying behind the line at the moment with just over 1 minute to go. A couple of them electing to tack around and come back, a couple jibing. But we'll see how we go. We're down to 1 minute. Great overhead shot you can see there. They've left themselves a bit of runway down to the pin, which is good. Gives people scope to bear away into that space underneath and try and stay behind the line. We've got Hunter Heartsafe quite advanced down towards the pin end. They're the boat that you can see stood out in front of the majority of the fleet, down to 30 seconds. Now, we're not in a perfect line here. But, oh, there you go. Now you can see the boats in the middle there.
Yeah, we usually have a midline sag, but not today.
It's a midline bulge today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've already got boats over the line here, so 5 seconds to go.
General recall number 1.
Oh, thank goodness I don't lose my house. So it'll be interesting to see what Peter Tinworth does here, whether he is kind enough to give them another chance, or at 4 minutes we go to the black flag. I am thinking he might just put it up and try and make them behave. It looks like a pretty fair line to me, doesn't it, Jess?
Yeah, I think so, and it's nice, almost nice to have a general recall. You can see the boats are still going here. Most of them would know it's a general recall, but it's nice to see how you were going off that line, judge your boat speed against other boats, sail for a little bit before you head back and reset.
Yeah, just see where you started on the line and how that worked out.
Yes,
against
exactly.
your other competitors. So you might have started midline and that didn't work so well. So the next start, you might elect to go closer to the boat or closer to the pin, whichever you thought was better. The midline did look good, but in saying that, they were the boats that were punched out the furthest over. So gives you a bit of a false impression. But majority of the boats are now starting to turn around and come back, because I'm guessing we're not going to mess around. Won't be too long before we get into another start.
And that breeze has lightened off across the course, looking upwind at the moment.
And quite a bit of east, right?
Yeah.
It is now. And 28, beautiful 28 degrees and sunny here in Sydney today. So you wouldn't have been a fool to think that it was going to swing northeast and come in, and it still has a chance to, but we'll see how we go. Now 2:25, so it's getting on in the day a bit.
So general recall has just gone down and a postponement flag has gone up. So yeah, hang tight, viewers. We might have a little bit of time, potentially a shift in the breeze, and the start committee might need to reset some marks.
And we're getting some great drone shots for you down in this start area, and probably about, oh, look at that one, fantastic. But with the top mark up closer to the airport, unfortunately, when we're up the top end of the course, we won't be able to bring you any drone shots. But as far as we can take it, we will. Our expert drone pilot, Pers, is doing a great job. Look at those fantastic pictures. And with the drone today, if you look around the boats and it's not too glary, you'll be able to see the gazillion jelly flubbers who are out on Botany Bay.
You did a head count of them, did you, Dol?
Well, I know there was more than 1 million, Jimmy, so I'll say 1 billion. Never seen so many. So I'm not sure what Pete is planning to do here why we have AP. He may be just moving, now that it is a lot more east, he might be considering just moving that top mark a little.
There's the Newcastle Financial Planning Group there on screen, Dol. You got something to say there? Cash for comments, remember?
No cash for comment, but we did note that they have some Balmain signage on there, and Flynn Toomey, who's filling in for this regatta, sails on the Balmain 18-footer, and I was just saying before that it's great to see Balmain coming into the 16-footers as well, and providing a bit of support, and they're also in the financial planning game, so I'm wondering whether there might be some connection between Balmain and Newcastle Financial Planning Group. That's a mouthful, isn't it?
Absolutely.
But yeah, great connection between the 18-footer and the 16-footer, and it's great to see in the 18-footer they've got a young team who I had a little bit to do with as they came through the junior ranks. Good bunch of young guys, and good to see Flynn on the 16-footer as well as the 18-footer.
Yeah, and they're starting to really string races together in the 18s. Particularly at back end of last year, and last season, and this season they're starting to. They definitely put on a good show in a good nor'easter a couple of weeks back.
And from what I've seen, one of the best starters in the fleet. They seem to. Don't know how I haven't watched so much this year, Jimmy, but I know last year they used to get cracking starts. Fantastic. And, you know, with a bit of 29er experience and big fleet sailing experience, I think that stood them well. Good preparation.
Well, all the 18s should be starting pretty well this year because they use the Vicara starting system.
It's almost like cheating, isn't it?
It's automated for them, but they still get it wrong.
So as Jess was saying before, that system gives you a reading of what the start line is and gives you a time on distance from the start line. So really you should never have a general recall if you're using that system, should you?
That's the plan that they use it for. It the poor volunteers, the starters, and in every club, you go through the same thing. They just want to get you away, get you sailing, and get you back to the clubhouse as quick as you can.
And if you are over it tells you as well, right? So
when it's working properly, yeah, stop.
Okay.
In a perfect world.
In a perfect world. Okay. Yeah.
So I don't know whether it's at one point they had a few of them on different firmware versions and things like that, so it wasn't quite right. But I do believe the 18 guys are getting that.
Finding the bugs out, but yeah, as Jess mentioned before, a large number of the 16 footers are using an electronic compass, which there's a couple of different brands, and ping the line and it tells you your proximity to the line.
Yeah, upwind and downwind, it'll also give you your compass bearing, which can help if the breeze changes and you can see your angle.
Yeah.
So yeah, useful thing to have, but I guess like autopilots, you don't want to rely on them too much.
And everything comes at a price.
Yes.
Not a cheap little bit of kit. So still standing by, folks. We've moved the pin end of the line a little. And we suspect maybe the top mark is being shifted a touch as well. A bit of oscillation in the breeze. It is shifting. Now it's back a little bit more to the left again. So it's making our life for our PRO and our course people, volunteers, a little bit difficult. But we will get there, we promise.
There we have no sense from Middle Harbour on screen.
We're just hearing some radio comms from the start boat. No sense is Natasha Pollitt, James Hargrave and Tommy Stanbury. The Hargraves and the Stanburys, long-standing Middle Harbour sailing families.
On screen now we have our Bartley 16, which matches our Bartley 13. These boys just always seem to be having so much fun in the rigging park, and one of those boats who really, I think, suit the vibe of the 16s, where there's good racing, but off the water we just have a lot of fun, so shout out to them.
Yeah, Dan Bromelo's one of the happiest humans I know,
Yeah,
I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dylan Clark over in Abu Dhabi, who's just sent us a photo of him in the tech tent watching our stream.
Ah, g'day, Dill. Our rock star drone pilot who's over at Sail GP.
We've got a new rock star while he's away.
I've upset Pers now. There's the Bartley boys. Dan along with Tom Walmsley and Jesse Lilly.
Yeah, and Jesse Lilly's brother, Nathan Lilly, isn't unfortunately racing this series, but he's still down here and supporting his brother and the team, so it's really lovely to see that.
All products of the Manly junior sailing program who progressed through all the classes into the 16s.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan Bromlow won a 13-foot skiff nationals a few years ago with Daniel Hayworth, so it's great to see one of them still racing.
Just had the Fluid boys sail past us, sort of looking for answers, I think. They all looked a bit bemused as to what's going on.
Yeah, I think this is a hard time for our sailors where they've had a start, they got really geared up for it, a few nerves I'm sure, and now sitting around waiting can be quite hard. But I guess hope you've got a bottle of water, hope you had a good lunch to keep yourself going.
Don't think there's too many bottles of water being had back at the club.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fluid's one of the boats with a good number to drop when we get to that point. They've got a 16 as their next worst, so they'll be hoping to score a couple of low numbers today, and being currently in 5th spot and only 1 point off 4th, and what are we, 5 points off 3rd. So they're looking, I did have a chat to the boys earlier, and they are definitely looking to be in the hunt for this title. And Fluid Building has won a few titles over the years, so
3 to be exact, Dole.
3, yep. And a hell of a lot of club champs too, hey? Manly.
Yeah, more club championships than anyone, I think, at Manly. So
Yeah.
I definitely got a lot of seconds to them, I know that much.
Yes. Well, it's great to have Clint out here with us for a couple of days. And on tomorrow we have Stevie Bowen, who crewed on the Mighty Fluid.
Steve is our current Vice President of the Manly and St George Sailing Clubs, so nice way to finish off the regatta with an aficionado from like Steve-O.
And the sponsor of the SUTEC.
So our postponement flag has gone down on the start boat now, so we've got about maybe 5.5 minutes until our start. So you can see our boats now just all heading back to the starting area, getting their clocks ready for our 5-minute gun soon.
It's Botany closest to the camera. You can see there, Fluid up above them. 5 minutes to go and 1 minute to find out whether we're going to get a P flag or a black flag. The start line looks like it's, not only did they move the pin end a little, but it looks like they've shortened it up a bit to me too, which is going to make life interesting.
Yeah, you can see our start boat has swung a little bit from our last start, so that changes the line slightly as well. The start line goes from the orange flag.
A black flag. Is it? No. No, it's a P flag.
It's a P flag. Now it's unravelled, so he's going to give them another chance.
Give him a chance, yep.
Do think 2 chances is fair enough, but any more than that.
If we swing our camera around to the right a little bit, we're going to see one of Peter Shipway's mates coming down the bay, heading straight for the start line. He's got under 4 minutes to make a decision and not be there.
G'day Pete, I know he's tuning in each day and watching, so back with Pete and Bucko on Sunday for the 18s.
Fantastic. If this guy's a spectator, he's in the wrong place.
Yeah, you've got the whole of Botany Bay to go. And
Yeah, Sutek just having a little cool off, body drag for the boys. Bit of teabagging. So yeah, you can just see in the overhead shot where all the boats are basically starting to run back down, get a bit of depth. Looks like the majority are heading back towards the boat. The pin end is very open at the moment, very few boats down there. Boats that you can see down that end, most of them are 13s, just having a look.
There you just seen that little powerboat go through the start line. That's our sailing administrator, Graham Bill, going up to have a chat with old mate that has decided to stop right above the start line.
So in the top left of your picture there, you can see the large cruiser and the rigid inflatable just going up to ask the question of what their intentions are. Maybe they're going to anchor there and do a bit of fishing.
Yeah, Graham is new to our team at Manly and St George this season, and I think we're very lucky to have him. He's got a lot of experience, and as far as I can see, acts in a really calm and well-natured manner, so I'm sure he's having a civilised discussion with these guys.
We could always send Baz over if that doesn't work, right?
Well, I'm sure if it doesn't work, if Graham has no success, I'm sure Baz will be up there in a flash. He's sitting in his rib ready to go.
So coming up with 1 minute to go now, so yeah, boats will be gearing up for the line, and hopefully we don't have another general.
Yeah, a lot of boats stacked up at the boat end, and we've got a bunch of boats at the pin end and a bit of a gap in between. So down at the pin end, we've got Tagara, Red Pumps, Bella Group, CJK. Who else have we got down there, Jess?
Moonin appear to be down there too.
Yep.
Eric Storage are also down there.
Insight Building. And then up towards the top end of the boats, we've got Tribeca, Cunningham's, SKE Electrical, Skelcon. So a bit of a spread. Sail Racing also up at the boat end along with Fluid. So interesting that we see sort of lead boats making completely different decisions. It looks to me like, once again, these kids can't play by the rules, Jess.
I mean, 10 seconds to go and we're already
there's about
well over the line.
There's about 5 boats behind the line at the moment, and the gun hasn't gone. 1, 2, 3, yes, five boats behind the line. Well done, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, confirmed another general recall. At this point, I'm feeling a bit for our poor 13-foot skiffs who haven't had a practice start yet, and they're just doing their best keeping out of their way.
Being very patient. And you could see boats were holding back, but once sort of 10 boats go, everyone just goes with them. You can't really afford not to. Just off they go. But I'm sure Peter will now put the black flag up.
He's thinking about the U flag.
Oh, he's thinking U flag apparently.
So our difference between our black flag and our U flag is in the black flag and the U flag, if you're over in the last minute, that means you are disqualified. The black flag means that if there's a general recall, the start committee does need to try and identify all the boats that were over, and those boats are not allowed to start again for that race. If it is a U flag and a general recall, that means that any boat that was over, they don't need to identify them and everyone can restart. So the U flag just gives our start boat a bit of flexibility, makes it a bit easier for them if there is a general recall. But the black flag looks scarier, so boats seem to behave better with a black flag.
Yeah, tend to call a U flag a soft black flag,
yeah,
because if there is a general, you do get another chance. Graham Beale is gladly escorting the large power boat through the start line. and hopefully out of the way. I'm not sure why he has to go through there and couldn't go around us, but he obviously has his reasons, I suppose.
And we are very lucky on Botany Bay. It's such a huge bay with some really good racing, and we seem to mostly have it all to ourselves. So to have one boat really isn't that big of a deal.
I was about to say we do have it all to ourselves except for that one boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a few aeroplanes, but hopefully they stay in the sky.
Good spot for them, Jess.
Yeah.
Well, lately that's no guarantee,
Yeah.
right? You might be sailing upwind and get hit by a door. So, yeah. Great shots we're seeing there. Fantastic pictures, guys. I'll take it back. You're the best, Piers.
Yeah, really good. You guys are going to have one kiss and make up later.
Some interesting banter coming from the back of the boat, folks. Unfortunately, you can't hear. So probably not long now. We'll get some more sound signals. I don't think there's any real need for Peter to move the pin boat one way or another. It's just everyone needs to be told to behave and do such. We are likely to go to a black flag, and for those boats who are in the top 10, there is very high risk involved with this because they can ill afford to be caught out and be over and get pinged for a BFD score maximum points.
So our general recall flag has gone down, which means we are close to our 5-minute gun. And we're still looking at doing 3 laps for this race.
And the word is on the radio that we are going straight to a black flag. We're not going to mess around. So high risk, high danger for some of these guys. We're just about to get our class flag. There we go. And hopefully we get a race underway soon, eh, Jimmy, or we might run out of batteries.
That is a real possibility, Dole, for our
With
our
2
microphones.
races to
So
go.
might please everyone back at the club that's watching if you and I go quiet, but not so much Jess.
Mate, I doubt they're actually listening. But for those of you at home, thank you for listening.
They probably wouldn't be able to hear us in the club.
Well, yeah,
It's probably half the battle.
they'd be talking that much crap. They won't be listening, I'm sure. They'll just be looking at the pictures.
If they run out, I'm sure Perry could grab a microphone and he could take over, couldn't he?
He could do commentary, yep, and maybe sing a few songs.
And there is the black flag.
Black flag is up, ladies and gents.
It has, as Jess was alluding to earlier about the 13s, like 45 minutes since 40 minutes since their scheduled start time.
Yeah.
And they still haven't even had a crack at it yet, so.
There's the old fire truck and Thurlow Fisher from the Drummoyne Club. We're looking forward to Drummoyne building on their their fleet. They have the Cherub class as their sort of feeder class, and they've got a lot of very good sailors and youth in the Cherub class at the moment. So we're hoping that in the next few years we might see more of those sailors transition into the 16-foot skiff, and we see some really strong competition coming from the Drummoyne Club. Very, very long history of 16-foot skiff sailing at Drummoyne.
The Palace.
We did have one of the state title weekends at Drummoyne this year. It seemed like it was a really good weekend.
Yeah, good breeze and good sailing that weekend. It was fantastic. And hopefully some of those younger sailors saw the action and thought, I might want to get into that. Coming down to 2 minutes now. Everyone's standing back a little bit further from the line this time, as you can see, which is no surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a big difference from the last two starts.
And they've had 2 practice runs at it, so they know how hard this tide's running. Hopefully we can judge our time and distance a little bit better this time.
Lucky we went and fueled up the camera cat, Dole, before we came around today.
Yeah. So the most advanced boat you can see in the shop there at the moment is Insight Building, who've just decided to tack around. I'm pretty sure they're just going to bear away here and take a bit of a dip. There they go now. You can see them sort of mid-pitcher. So they've running right away, and they'll either come and tack into a hole or jibe out.
So that's 1 minute to go now. So as we spoke about before, if any boat is over the line in the last minute, they will be disqualified. So it seems like everyone is behaving themselves.
So far, so good.
So far.
Tom Clout just elected to do the same in Tagara. Took a dip down. The boat down the far end of the line that you can see is Red Pumps. I think it's Bruce Savage, isn't it? Red Pumps Red. So the white-hulled Red Pumps. Bruce said to me the other day his mission for this regatta was to own the pin end. And I said, well, it's not always pin end favoured, Bruce. And he said, it doesn't matter, I want clear air and somewhere to have a bit of a runway.
Well, he's the only boat or the only skipper in the fleet that's steering from on wire.
Oh, look, SKE Electrical is in a bit of strife here at the boat, or they might have just managed to hold themselves up. They have. And that, to me, looked like a clear start, folks. The Fireball. They're on fire. They've come out at the boat end and judged that start perfectly.
Yeah, they've done really well there. You can see they're in a little rig surrounded by big rigs, so hopefully for them they can try and get some boat speed and maintain that position. On screen now we can see NHS, we've got Sail Racing and a few others who have all decided to start down the pin end.
Yeah, and as I said, you can see Bruce Savage has just put the bow down there and he's trying to go fast and get out of there as quick as he can. Up at the boat end in the distance, you can see a number of boats have tacked out, either to try and find some clear air or they might like this right-hand side of the course. A lot of water coming out of the river end. In the right-hand side of the course, out of the Georges River, a lot of water flooding out of there, so they're looking at getting a bit of an elevator ride up there. But with this oscillating, shifting breeze between the east and east-northeast, it's going to be interesting to see which edge of the course works pays today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tide will have more of an effect down this bottom end of the course, but up the top they're going to be wanting to look for the breeze more.
Yeah, so that's Red Pumps Red, you can see with NHS, Joel Beechel just above, along with Sail Racing and TTR. Sail Racing looking in very good shape there. They're behind NHS there at the moment, but they look like they're good speed and height. They've
Yeah,
just
I
got
think
to
they've got themselves in a bit of a tricky spot. You can see they've just tacked out there.
decided to
It's a
tack
really,
out.
really fine balance between trying to keep your height and maintain your position. They've just tacked back because unfortunately they were on port tack, so that's going to be a bit unfortunate for the Sail Racing boys, but still early on in the race.
Yeah, they've just had to come back and try and find a lane. I think it might have been inside. Had rights on them, starboard rights on them. They've actually found themselves in a bit of a difficult spot now. We're seeing the man flew there. They must have got a really nice start. Well done, Nick. Trailing Modern Concept Construction. So man flew with the little rig and Modern Concept. With the big rig, I think they'll might have a bit of a tough time hanging in there. They might have to bail out of there soon as well.
Yeah, also with these big rigs, if you can handle a big rig upwind, downwind you definitely have an advantage with a much bigger spinnaker and you can get deeper down the course. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out throughout the day.
Yeah, so Skelcon and SKE there, and they've got Moonan trapped in behind, and once again they've had to tack out. So Moonan being really treated like a pinball here. They haven't been able to find a decent lane yet, but hopefully this time for them that will find them somewhere to get out of there and get some clear runway.
The boats on screen now are those who decided to tack off a bit earlier. These boats are all heading out to the right side of the course. We're sitting in the middle of the course now and there's no one really around us, so a really big split. Very interested to see how this plays out at the top mark.
Yeah, very much left and right. No one really coming up the middle at the moment, except for Moonan.
Yeah, I think Moonan are really trying to fight for some clear air here.
That's right, and Eric Storage as well.
Yeah, I've always thought with Moonan that if they could have some more consistent starts, they'd be making their life a lot easier for themselves. So they're very, very good at picking their way back through the fleet, and this is that on show.
Ace there, they're not in bad position, and as they have been all week, looking like they're getting through the water really nicely. They're one of our St George boats with Lockie Steele, Bryce Edwards, and Jerome Watts. Been quite impressed with how they've been sailing this week. So at the moment, it looks to me like the left-hand boats have got some left-hand shift and pressure. So right-hand boats are going to have a tidal advantage, and at the moment the left-hand boats seem to have a breeze advantage. So
we got Dole just in front of the camera boat here. We got Moonan that sort of got pinned in the left there. They're coming back to cross the guys
that went right,
all from the right.
Yeah. And as I said yesterday when we were talking about it, the breeze shift will always outrule or more advantage in a breeze shift than the tidal advantage. And we did see that yesterday with the boats that went out to the left-hand side of the course rather than sailing down towards the river in the current. Had a slight increase in breeze here, and with that increase, the breeze has gone back around to the east-northeast.
So we can see Moonan have tacked to keep out on that left side of the course. It seems like they've got themselves in a really nice position there. The boat's looking really flat, really fast.
Yeah, being pinballed actually didn't put them in too bad a spot. They've sailed from lift to lift. They got out of there on a lift. Now they're just taking one back across to the left, and I think as they get across here to the left, they'll get another headed attack on. But with this 1 mile beat, it's actually been quite a fast beat, and they won't be too far off a ley line. We're seeing just off screen Sarah Lee in Southerly has got herself in a pretty reasonable position, and also Noakes Blue, Ryan Ewings. Must have had a nice start and a good first beat. He should be getting up to this top mark in pretty good shape as well.
So on screen there we can see the cross happening between Moonan just in front of Noakes Blue and Southerly.
So I think he split between the two boats there, did he? I think.
Moonan have got themselves in a really nice position there, just putting a cover on top of the others as they head up to the top mark.
Yeah, we've just seen Moonan and Ace both tack on some really nice left-hand pressure.
On screen there, that is our 13-foot skiff top mark. The 16s will be going around a yellow mark further to the left. Botany Access are also seeming like they're having a good day, so well done to Zoe and the team so far. And here we can see the meet between the boats that have gone out to the right, so IME crossing behind Moonan. So it seems like IME have done a good job going out right, finding some clear air and coming back to cross the others. Imagine Signage are also there in the mix. They decided to come out to the left, perhaps didn't get the start that they were quite hoping for, but they have found a spot with some clear air, finding good boat speed to meet the others.
Yeah, so we're just working our way up to the top mark, and we'll bring you the action as they come around the top mark. And yeah, you can see IME, they need a good one, and they seem to be in pretty good shape here at the moment. But looks like our leader should be Moonan when we get to the top, but we're going to have a very tight bunch in quite close proximity to each other.
Absolutely, and with a short race, only a target time of 45 minutes, this first work is really, really important for them.
So here we go, Moonan tacking onto the port hand lay line, and Ryan Ewings, Noakes Blue tacking in behind, but we've got IME coming in. They are going to be able to put a tack in underneath these guys because they've actually understood slightly due to the tide. Unfortunately for the IME boys, a bit of a scrappy tack there. Trent must have got caught up somewhere. But that will see them come around the mark in top first place. And you're about to see Imagine Signage try and find a gap here. Once again, they've been able to tack in underneath. Noakes will roll over the top, but that will see...
Noakes Blue, that is.
Yes, Noakes Blue with Ryan Ewings.
Ace coming around next with Swell after them.
Another consistent race from the Swell at the moment. Ace in a bit of trouble. They're just getting a couple of kilos of prawns in that big purple spinnaker. They're in a whole lot of trouble here.
And now a really big clump coming around. We can see SKE Electrical, followed by Sail Racing, Southerly, NFPG, Botany Access, Cunningham's, MCC, Fire Stopping, and Noakes.
Yeah, Noakes want to be in a better position than that
Absolutely.
today.
And unfortunately, it looks like Ace has had a swim on the top mark.
It is Ace.
Oh, there's a big pile up just to the left, right of screen there.
Oh dear, Cunningham's and Tribeca have had a bit of a coming together there. And also Zoe Dransfield in Botany in a bit of trouble here. She's decided to try and jibe out of there. Just managed to save it.
Yeah, not too far off the top mark, so the next group of boats coming around are going to have to really keep their eye out. Protest committee, we might have something happening later on today.
So unfortunately the Cunninghams got caught up there as well, and they're over. Looks like the Fireball was looking to join in the fun, but they've managed to save it.
Yeah, and I think for these guys, choosing a little rig just makes all of these tricky situations a bit easier for them, so...
You can see Thurlow Fisher also having some spinnaker setting problems there. It looks like they've got that under control now, so we'll just move down towards the leaders of the pack and see what's going to transpire here. We've had some boats jibe out early, out into the middle of the bay, who look like they're in a nice bit of pressure, but they need to find some pressure to come back in order to meet this lead group. The fire stopping in a great position, which is good to see. Alex and the young crew.
So on screen there in the distance, orange kite, we can see IMI have decided to jibe. Sail Racing is still heading down. And we can see our 13-foot skiffs in the background seem to have started, so hopefully they have avoided a general recall.
Yeah, Moonan finally, they're back on port jibe now. Imagine signage have gone as well. They've had a bit of a pressured up jibe. It's very puffy and a lot of the crews are having a bit of difficulty, and I've just spotted the gate. Admittedly, there is going to be a lot of tide. They're going to be pushing down towards that gate, but Moonan and Imagine are probably on a ley line at the moment. Down to the gate. Looking at Ivy, they look like they've judged it almost perfectly, and they've extended there, haven't they? Ivy looking very good.
Yeah, they're looking very comfortable where they are. I think jibing off slightly earlier for them was a good call.
13-foot skiffs have got away.
On screen there we have Imagine signage, that first white kite, and Moonan further up screen.
So I can get you the drone shots down at this end of the course a bit more.
Well, the top mark is literally under the approach of the runway.
Of the runway, indeed.
I really like that shot there, which just shows how close the racing is in the 16-foot skiffs, and if you can find some clear air on a run down, that's going to give you a big advantage. There's lots of boats sitting there at the moment in dirty air, and it's going to be quite hard for them to find the spot to jibe out.
There on screen is the boat with the big advantage at the moment, and that's Hugh Stoddart, Trent Barnabas and Rob Napper on the Ivy.
They said they were improving all week, and hopefully they can hold on to this lead. They're almost at the bottom gate now.
And the other hard charger at the moment is Ryan Ewings on the Noakes Blue. Looking at Imagine there, back to Ivy. Imagine will be in this lead group, as will Moonan.
It looks further off to the left of your screen. Moonan seem to have overshot this bottom mark. They're working really hard.
Very low hooked, aren't they?
Very, very low, yeah. Working really hard to try and give themselves some space to get around the mark cleanly. Noakes Blue also on screen there, with Southerly in the middle, a bit further behind. They are deciding to drop their kites probably a bit sooner than they would have liked, which means the boats further, who had gone further up, have a bit of an advantage here coming into the bottom.
Yeah, as I said before, they gave themselves a lot of work to do on that ley line, and even with the tide pushing them up, they still weren't able to get there. So we've also got Imagine having to drop early, Skelcon. We're going to have Swell having to drop early, so they're having to two sail in, and then they will be doing a hard spin jibe. Look, here comes Imagine. Oh, and gee, there's a few people having a few words there between Southerly and Imagine, but we'll leave them to that. Not like us to pass judgment.
It does seem like most boats so far have gone around the starboard mark and heading out to the left side of the course. IMI have managed to get away cleanly heading out to the right side of the course, which seemed to work for them last lap. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, left mark at the moment, we've got Modern Concept, Sail Racing, TTR with a very, very late drop, followed by Botany. And they've got to be a bit careful here because that tide, and TTR has just found that out. You round that mark too tight, and Boingo.
Boingo. That's a new one.
And there's another one. So as they turn side onto the tide, these guys, I thought they'd be smarter than that.
No, for the
Yeah, we're just
Tagara
seeing...
fans at home, they look like they're heading back to the beach, maybe.
Now, to me, Jimmy, they look like they have zero problems, and I suspect they're heading back to the club and putting the big rig in.
I think that's where the money would be.
So Tom Clout is a pretty smart operator. He'll be thinking, we'll just drop that, we'll go in, put the big rig in and come back out.
They are still going to have a very tight turnaround. It's not a short sail back into the club, but hopefully if that's their decision, they can get it done.
It's a big call.
One of the boats just over at the other mark here told that you talked up the fluid.
Yeah, they're not in a
Deep.
great spot there. I suspect they might have got themselves into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think that carnage at the top mark we saw, which involved Fireball, who are now going around the mark. Unfortunate for them, they were having a good day. Perhaps Fluid were also getting caught up in that.
No sensor down. That's going to create some havoc over at the left-hand turn. I've got to say, Jimmy, I've seen a lot of boats hit these marks and I haven't seen one person do a turn yet.
It's optional, isn't it?
It's optional if no one sees you.
Yeah.
Cunningham's going around the mark now. I think they were also caught up in that incident at the top mark and had a swim. So, yeah, probably some unhappy people on board, but hopefully they can turn that into some fight and gain some places. Still got 2 laps to go, but 2 short, sharp laps.
No sense back up again on screen there. That was a quick little dip. They dealt with that really well.
Cooling off in 25-degree of water temperature.
CMG have just gone around the mark. For those who missed it before, they did have a swim trying to get their kite down. So it's nice to see them back up and sailing. Once again, there's been a big split between left and right side of the course. It didn't seem to make too much of a difference last time, with boats at the top end of the fleet splitting off the start and coming back to meet each other. So we'll see how that plays out this time.
Great to see that all our pretty much top 10 boats were in pretty good shape. The only boat who were sort of not in such good shape there was Fluid. So it's going to be tight and it's going to be some interesting racing today and tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it's much more rewarding winning a titles because you've won rather than someone else having a bad day. So as stressful as it can be, you want to win fair and square.
But smart sailing from the southerly team again. They've got themselves in a good spot and have their opposition in sight. And with a bit of a points buffer, that's what they need to do. Low risk, consistent sailing. Just looking at CJK we've got there on screen. Oh, we're looking at Ivy, was it? Sorry. There they are now. Switch shots. So I'm pretty sure they're still our race leaders.
They seem to have a really nice cover on the fleet there. They chose to go out to the right-hand side of the course and have now tacked back on top of everybody.
Yeah, they're sort of middle to right, and in the hard left at the moment we've got Imagine, Southerly, is it Skelcon up there, and Swell. So when these boats come back together, it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of it.
So here we can see Imee with Sutek. Moonin are also in that mix, just behind Imee with Noakes and Botany. Sorry, that's not Botany, that's TPR.
Yeah, it looks like good pressure, good high pressure in the left at the moment, but not that many boats have come to that left-hand side except for Imagine, Southerly, Swell and Skelcon.
Yeah, for those of you following the 13s, we can just see our 13s coming down now with their kites up. Ebix look like they're having a good start to this race. Looks like they're currently our race leaders for Ebix. MCC 13 in the background, and it looks like Cybertech Group are following very closely behind on screen there.
Yeah, once again, those two dueling it out, and Heidi and Orlando in Harkin Musto very close behind those as well. So at the moment, looks like Ebix, Cybertech and Harkin will be dueling it out for this first lap. There's Heidi and Orlando driving onto port there. They basically following the line of Cybertech and Ebix, just making sure they keep in contact.
It's really impressive seeing the 13-foot skiff guys getting through jibes like that really smoothly and calmly. Obviously, they've only got 2 people on board, so to do everything with 2 people compared to 3 on the 16 is really, really good for them building their skills. So as our 13s heading downwind, on screen with the 16s we've got Fluid looking to gain some places back up. Looks like we have Sutek and Fire Stopping and MCC in the background.
Yeah, and as I said, these boats that did come hard left look like they did very well to me. So
Fluid just stubbed their toe.
I think they might have just had another trapeze hook instant, I think. Which when they broke one the other day, if they didn't replace them all, I'd be very surprised. But that's rotten luck if that's the case. Now, as I said before, I thought this left-hand side was going to pay. And it looks to me like we've had Imagine signage first round the top mark. That left-hand side really did convincingly pay. So I suspect our next round will be Southerly. And yes, it is. It's a bit hard to see from where we were, but yeah. So they were the 2 boats that punched hard left, along with Skelcon, Swell, and who was the other one?
Moonin.
Moonin is in there as well. So
yeah, Moonin did go out with Imee for most of that leg.
Imee has hung on the 3rd spot, and then we'll have Noakes Blue.
No, Noakes. Remember, Dole?
Oh, it is Noakes, sorry.
Yeah,
I thought
remember
it
the
was still
hollow propeller?
Yeah, no. Noakes Blue is still going to be in about 5th or 6th.
See these boats who need to perform a tack bear away manoeuvre. That's quite a tricky thing. As you can see, Swell getting through the tack. You've got to settle yourself before you can bear away. And here comes Noakes Blue around next, with Skelcon and SKE Electrical close behind.
Yeah, Banjo just managed to punch in underneath there because, as you mentioned, the tack bear away is a very tricky manoeuvre, and Skelcon just made sure that they took their time and got it done neatly because it's better than having a swim.
Looks like Fire Stopping having a really great day so far.
Don't talk about them. Yeah. Don't know the curse.
They didn't quite lay that top mark, so they did have to put a double tack in there, which would have slowed them down slightly. They've gotten around the top mark nicely.
They'll be very happy with that placing at the moment. They can hang on to it.
And I'm happy to see a Devola boat in a good position, Jimmy.
Mate, it's a rocket ship, that thing.
Next up, we've got the Sutek. Mike and the boys. TTR doing very well with the little rig.
Absolutely. They're definitely at a disadvantage in a little rig going downwind. We saw the last downwind, we lost a few of those little rigs that were in the top end of the fleet. I would just like to point out Sail Racing, who have just gone around the mark. They've been a very generous sponsor to both last year and this year's Nationals, so thank you to Sail Racing for that.
Modern Concept Constructions were around after TTR with NFPG Balmain and Sail Racing. Next is Zoe Dransfield in the Botany Access, another little rig.
Yeah, it seems like they're our second little rig, so well done to them.
So yeah, we've seen a few little rigs starting to get into the mix. The pressure has been up and Lots of crosses here.
Here's NHS, I think, are doing a penalty turn, so I'm not sure quite what happened there, but it's good that they've got good sportsmanship to do their penalty turn when needed. We don't have any umpires out on the water, so it's up to the skiff sailors to figure out when they've done something wrong and do the right thing.
Oh, they're an honest bunch though, aren't they?
Most of the time.
They weren't on the first lap, but anyway. So yeah, we've had Eric Storage, Domino's, Ace, Insight, Thurlow, Fisher. Cunningham's recovering after their little incident at the top mark as well.
And sorry to the viewers if the stream dropped out. We know that there is some network issues out here with doing some tower work and so forth. So we believe we're back online as we speak. So
we apologise for this interruption in our transmission.
there you go.
So you're just looking at the tail enders of the boat still coming downwind. Might have been a few swimmers amongst them because there's some boats amongst those who wouldn't normally be back in the fleet like that. So a couple of people might have got themselves into some strife.
We're just making our way back up to the top end of the course now.
So yeah, we're just looking to get ourselves in a bit of a position to get you some good pictures again. It's just a little bit difficult at the moment. So that's, I think, the man flu you've just seen go through there. And Sheeds is trailing them. With the blue kite. So we'll just get upwind again. This course is actually quite compact and compressed. It's just making it a little bit difficult for us to get through the boats without causing anyone any problems or any bias towards boats. We're just going to watch our wash and get back up the course as best we can. So that's Modern Concept Constructions on picture now. They've got back across.
Yeah, I did notice with these guys as they headed round the bottom mark, unfortunately they had a bit of a wider mark rounding and had to tack off to give themselves some clear air. Seems like they're sailing really nicely now.
They are now, but yeah, having to find themselves some space has cost them a little bit of time against the lead boats, unfortunately. Because the boys are looking to move up the leaderboard. Jared, Chris and Jackson. So that's our lead group that we're looking at there, and we've just seen Imagine just put in another little tack.
You can also see our 13s rounding there, so that's Plonk Cafe with the green spinnaker. We've got Harkin rounding behind them. Cybertech Group appear to be in second, with Ebix still leading our 13-foot skiffs.
Yeah, Ebix leading there.
Yeah, so just a change between third and fourth with Plonk Cafe and Harkin in our 13-foot skiffs.
Yeah, great. Good gain from Avril on that lap to get back into the mix. So yeah, we had Imagine just take another dig out to the left-hand side. So the four lead boats were sort of in line in a bit of a procession. Nathan Wilmot just chose to take a little tack out, another probably 75 metres closer to the ley line.
Yeah, I think that's really a smart decision for them to do, putting themselves a cover. This is our last lap, so they've just got to round this mark, get down to the finish, so they're going to really try and make sure they can stay on top of the other boats. On screen there we have Noakes. Just putting a tack in to follow the others up to that yellow top mark.
Yeah, I would have expected when push came to shove today that the Imagine guys would come up with a good race, and they're delivering so far.
They have a lot of experience with racing and experiencing bad days and pulling themselves together to come back for a good one. So well done to them for keeping their head game strong. They are our current race leaders, setting their kite for the last time in this race.
We're a very excited sponsor in Scotty Archer from Imagine Signage, that's for sure.
And Scotty doing a magnificent job providing the signage on the majority of the Sydney skiffs, whether they be 16s, 18s or others. Does a great job. So,
Scallywag and
yeah, lots
Andu Comanche.
You name it, he does it. Whether it's small or big. It doesn't have to be a boat. Cars, trucks, vans, he does it all.
So that's Southerly around second and Army on screen there, who will be around third. Really good day for Army. I'm glad to see that with Rob Napper stepping back on the bow only a short time before these nationals, that they've got their groove back.
But super impressive sailing from Sarah on the Southerly with Keegan and Kurt. They've managed to stay in touch, and yeah, they'll only be dropping 1 point being in second place in their lead. So they're doing what they need to do to keep at the pointy end. And
here we can see the rest of the fleet heading upwind. We might just start heading back down now to the finish so we can catch that action. Our 13-foot skiffs on screen there. And there is our race leader, Imagine Signage. Looks like they're putting a jibe in, getting themselves across to the finish. They've also got a few upwind boats that they need to make sure they keep clear of.
yeah, well, they overdid the ley line to the gate on the last lap. So they won't want to do that again going to the finish this time. So, yeah, they don't want to be too hard pressed going down there, and I'd expect Sarah Lee to be jibing very soon, and she is right now as I speak. So they're just making their way on port jibe down towards the bottom end of the course again. We're just waiting for a gap to get through a bunch of boats, which includes the 13s going downhill. But we're just getting a drone in the air so that we won't miss the all-important finish for you folks. But we've got a bit of a break now. We can make our way down. So we want to make sure we give you the best pictures possible. Jimmy, our stunt driver, doing an awesome job as always. A lot of Imagine Signage there. Our race leader. Looks like they've picked a pretty good ley line down here, doesn't it, Jess?
Yeah, absolutely. They've done really, really well on this downwind. On screen there we have Southerly. So they've jibed almost behind Imagine Signage. So again, they've chosen a really good spot to jibe. They've got some really nice pressure to hold them down this run.
Yeah, nice pressure just behind them. We've got Ivy in third place. They've got some really nice breeze and going through the water exceptionally well, but I think they're going to run out of runway to be able to catch these lead two boats.
Look, as we said, you don't need to win every race, we just need consistency, so they should be happy, absolutely happy with the second.
Yeah, and as expected, Imagine delivers when it's needed, but unfortunately for them, they've got the series leader right on their tail.
You can see our 13-foot skiffs heading up for their last lap. So our 13s do still have one more lap to go. It's a really, really lovely shot to see how these boats glide through the water.
And here we go, folks, about to greet the finisher. And There they are. Imagine take the win.
Absolutely well done for them after a maybe disappointing race yesterday. Here we've got Southerly coming down in second place.
In great pressure now.
Yeah, really, really good pressure.
Great pressure, just in the chop. Chop's actually stood up a little bit since that breeze has just picked up a touch. They'll be our next boat to finish. That gap opened up a little bit on that last port leg coming in, and as I said before, you can see Imey, they closed the gap nicely as well. So good to see the Imey boys get a good solid podium place. That will make them, and I'm sure their sponsor, very happy. They've also supported by Vycobi for their sailing gear. See the signage there.
G'day to Pat and Adrian.
Good people. Our man Pat.
Noakes on screen now, coming down in fourth. It looks like they needed to put a jibe in to get across the line.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I would have
surprised
thought they would have
there.
got there. I think they might have done that just to do that 13 a favour, actually,
Yeah, they
which
are.
is very kind of them.
Yeah, trying to avoid this gate as the 13s are still having their race and rounding those marks.
And the 13 was on starboard and them on port, so very good work from the Noakes team. Stay out of trouble. The next boat, bit of a gap back to the next boat, which looks to be SKE Electrical. That was a very well sailed second half of the race by Banjo, wasn't it? He was sort of up in the leading 10 to sort of 14, but he's made an excellent gains in this last sort of lap of the course. So well done to the SKE team.
Yeah, that rig, speaking to Scott, has been trying to dial it in, but he's got it really dialed in a set like
it's got a range,
but very small range.
Yeah,
so
a bit of a sweet spot.
Yeah. So he's working hard to widen that sweet spot and make it go through the whole range.
On screen now we have Swell and Moonen. I think fighting for 6th and 7th positions.
Yeah, and Moonen would have been hoping for a few less boats between them and Southerly and Imagine. So they've sacrificed a few points there. Of course, yeah, we're getting to the pointy end of this regatta and every point's going to count. So Moonen have just jibed for the finish. Next in, we've got on approach, we've got Skelcon, who I've said numerous times, they've been very consistent this week, sailing very well. They'll be followed by Sail Racing. Noakes Blue.
Sutek following behind Noakes Blue and NFPG after that. We then have MCC. They had an excellent day yesterday, so it's good to see them still up in this top group today.
Yeah, showed great speed yesterday and just got mowed down on the last lap by Southerly. TTR is the next over.
Yeah, they did really well in their little rig today, so well done to TTR.
Indeed, yeah. Tribeca right down the pit end of the finish. Going to be Contender are going to pip Fire Stopping.
Well, the fire stopping hasn't got the spinnaker all the way to the top of the
yeah, just missing
the mast.
Oh, it's not too much, but yes, you're right, Jimmy. Next of our boats will be another little rig, Zoe Dransfield on the Botany Access. They'll be pretty happy with that, I think. They are looking a little bit undergunned with the small rig, so good to get a finish in the, what would they have been, Jimmy? About 11th or 12th, I think.
Yeah, somewhere around there, Dole.
Dominoes through, and then they will be followed by Ace, which, considering they had a fairly lengthy swim on the first lap, that's a reasonable recovery from them.
And I think Tribeca was caught up in that as well, mate. So
yeah. Rod Carter and the team on Insight Building next through.
We now have Red Pumps coming down, who will be next through.
Tyler Dransfield, so Zoe won that battle
with a little rig.
With a little rig in the competition for the Dransfield Cup. Eric Storage might have just been pipped by Peeler Hay there, who also have the little rig, and that's one of our veteran crews. So they'll be happy with that result. Then Nick Connor and team in Cunningham's, who also suffered from a bit of a crash at the top mark. Thurlow Fisher. Will Devola and team on the Employment Hero, also with the little rig. They'll be happy with that. After a broken mast yesterday, good to get some runs. Kamikaze, followed by Bella Group. Wishart Pacific will be next over. And then NHS. So we'll just keep you on the boats there, vision of the boats there, and we'll just ease up the course a little and see if we can pick up a bit of 13-foot skiff action for those followers of the 13s. We're trying bringing you as much time and images as we can throughout the week, so whenever we've got an opportunity, it's not always easy for us, but we're doing our best to bring you some action.
So it looks like our last 13s have just gone around that bottom mark. You can see in the distance our top 13s. There we have Evix, who are coming down for their last run.
Evix with a commanding lead by the looks of it, and Cybertech are in second, but there's a bit of distance between the two.
Yeah, that blue spinnaker there you can see appears to be a 16-foot skiff with their little rig.
And I could see Harkin on approach to the top mark in third place, but they have capsized, folks. Just shy of getting to the top mark, but they've just popped up again.
So Evix on screen there, you can see they're looking around, making sure they're staying in the pressure, keeping the boat nice and flat.
Surfing through our wash there momentarily. It looks like they're going to jibe.
Yeah, really great jibe, good crew work, making sure the boat's nice and balanced the whole way through.
They've been sailing really well, our defending champions, but it looks like James has got to go up the bow. They've got a little problem. But look at that, James has gone up the bow to fix something, and the spinnaker hasn't flapped because Gemma has got every rope on the boat in a hand. And
yeah. You can tell that they are very, very well groomed for this. There wasn't any hesitation. He jumped out on the wire, got the boat going straight away. They didn't lose much boat speed and seemed like they were able to fix whatever issue they had. I think they are probably on the lighter side, so you can see them working hard, hiking hard to keep the boat flat and fast and keeping all the speed they can.
great action shot there. And you can even see us in the background. You can see the camera cat following behind from the drone. Excellent sailing here. You see how flat the boat is there. Full noise, flat boat, excellent trim. All three sails beautifully trimmed. They are sailing very, very well.
So it looks like we will need to put another jibe or two in to get to this finish, but it's much better doing that and playing it safe than overlaying the finish.
Yeah, great to see them doing really well. I've coached these two right through their sailing careers at Manly, and they're excellent learners and ask lots of questions over the years, and they've matured into just fantastic sailors.
It's great to see them giving back to the juniors as well. I think both of them have been involved in some coaching for our Manly juniors and Flying 11s.
They do.
They absolutely have a lot of knowledge to share, so well done to them. Another lovely jibe from them. And they're just about to head across the finish line now.
That really consolidates their lead in this regatta. If they get another good result in the next heat, if they're in the top couple, they'll pretty much have this regatta in the bag, because another drop will come into play. They can afford a good race, a bad race, and they'll just discard that and
but we won't jinx it for them, will we,
maintain their lead. No, never.
On screen now we have Cybertech Group, who are coming down to the finish in second place currently. Some really, really good crew work from these guys as well. Not making it easy for eBix. They've been hot on their tail all series, so well done for them.
Yeah, exceptionally good downwind sailing in particular from the Cybertech team of Theo and Kobe this week.
Yeah, I think if you can really learn these skills in a 13-foot skiff, transitioning into a 16 is quite similar. So they have crossed the line now, which is why they are pulling their kite down. See those spinnaker chutes in work.
I've been told that they did quite a bit of training in the lead up to the regatta in recent weeks, so obviously that is paying dividends, which is fantastic to see.
On screen now, that green spinnaker is Plonk Cafe from Middle Harbour. These guys are another boat who have been working really hard. I know at Middle Harbour they have such an awesome program, and she has been sailing with the Manly boats a little bit this season to try and have some bigger fleet racing, and it's great that she's so willing to be able to put herself out there and get as much experience as she can. So for them to be coming home really nicely in this race is good for them. Off screen there, it looks like we're going to have a really tight finish between Harkin and Plonk Cafe. Very tight finish. It looks like Plonk have just managed to come home in third, with Harkin recovering from that swim at the top mark in fourth. I think they should be happy with that.
Yeah, unfortunately they had that little swim at the top, because that's cost them a position there. Obviously if they hadn't have had that swim, they would have finished in front of Plonk and taken third spot, but still a fourth's a good result.
MCC 13-foot skiff are coming downwind now with that white spinnaker.
That's the Toms, Tom Cameron, Tom Millam.
They're in some really, really nice pressure here on the bay, so I think boats will be gearing up for a fun second race as well.
It's a good looking 13, that one too, isn't it? I like the look of the signage and everything. It's a very smart looking boat.
Yeah, very clean, and well done to MCC Modern Concept Constructions for sponsoring both a 13-foot skiff and a 16-foot skiff. Looks like Fluid will be coming in next. Hard to miss that boat with such a bright kite.
And for the viewers at home, if you head on over to the website, the 16-foot skiff results are up and
The scores are up.
Really great drive from Fluid heading across the line. Our next boat is our Hornsby Ku-ring-gai boat, as we spoke about yesterday, a really, really wonderful club with excellent volunteers from Hornsby Ku-ring-gai. So to see them performing well in a big fleet is excellent.
Yeah, that's Angus and Thomas in the Black Cat.
Yeah, the Black Cat, and the Hornsby Ku-ring-gai Club is they're hosting the final round of the Manly Junior State titles in February. So giving the junior sailors a unique regatta experience on the Lower Hawkesbury River.
Yeah,
So-
wonderful. They've also got their first 16-foot skiff sailing in this year's regatta, so well done for them. I think it's really great to have a 16-foot skiff so the younger kids at Hornsby can see where sailing can take them in the future.
I've spent quite a bit of time up there with the junior sailing and going up there coaching the Manly team. And it's a really magical little spot up there. They have this little beach all to themselves, clubhouse in the back, and yeah, so if you're up in that sort of Brooklyn area and you're looking to get your kids into sailing, look up the Hornsby Ku-ring-gai Sailing Club and go down and get involved.
Yeah, and looking at Bartley on screen now, there's sheet hand Hugh Skeen and also Sam Skeen, who sails on the Fireball 16. They came through Hornsby Ku-ring-gai and they live up that way, and they now make the long trek to Manly to sail. But yeah, it's great to see that they were very comfortable transitioning from sailing at Hornsby.
So the updated results, Dole, for the 16, Southerly on 20 points. Imagine Signage moves into second on 30 points. Moon and Yachts, 35 points. Then next is Skelcon in fourth, 41. Fifth is Noakes, 41.5. And then Imey, 50 points in sixth. So
Some movement.
I think Southerly has got probably one hand on that trophy as we speak.
Yeah, but Jess doesn't want us to speak about it.
Now, I'm not sure, I might be putting you both on the spot here. You mentioned there was a 0.5 in the readings. Do we know what that's about?
I believe there was a tie.
Okay.
I believe. I don't know how, but apparently there was.
When there's a tie, Jimmy, two boats across the line at exactly the same time, generally.
Yeah, but I didn't see it. I think it was a
Well,
close.
you wouldn't have seen it because they crossed at the same time.
No, I think it was one with red pumps by memory, and
Right.
I think we called it on here as red pumps and Noakes, or
Right.
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Anyway.
with these downwind finishes, boats can come one on port, one on starboard, and really close together, so ties, I guess, are more possible.
Indeed. We don't go to the photo finish like the Tour de France or the...
The Melbourne Cup.
Yep, yep. We're just seeing the fire stopping have been on their side for a little while with one of the club ribs alongside giving them some assistance, and I'm now seeing Lockie Pryor is actually on board the rib, which is also the medical rib, so we're hoping everything's okay. So Alex and Jamie have just attempted to right the boat, but it's gone back over the other way. I'm hoping everything's okay, but Big Lockie has just launched himself off the rib into the water, so to go back to the boat. So we're hoping everything is all right. Fire stopping fans, including our fire stopping team manager, Dion, who's back on shore. Don't panic, mate. We think everything is okay.
Yeah, we just saw on screen there one of our 13s who went through a jibe and had a wine glass all twisted in their kite. They did a really good job jibing. Sometimes you just can't pull a wine glass out of a spinnaker, and the best way to get rid of it is to not do another jibe back, and it seems to unwind itself. Very, very painful when you go through a jibe and the kite doesn't come out as you want it to.
So we've still got a few 13s to finish, but I'd expect that when they do get here, we won't be waiting too long before we get back underway. So as mentioned before, there's the fire stopping. Copy. Yeah, we're just getting some information back, but we will wait for confirmation of what the start boat's thinking about doing when we know for sure. But we won't be going anywhere until these last 13-foot skiffs come down and finish. So finish boat is still on station. We've just got one of the support ribs moving the gate. So we'll just stand by. We suspect that we might be moving down course a bit towards the club to give the punters at the club a bit of a view of what's going on without having to watch and listen to us.
And yeah, just again, apologies to viewers if we had a bit of a break in transmission there for a little bit. So we should be back and up and running at the moment. It's where we think we are, but if we do drop out, they are doing some scheduled maintenance of towers and bits and pieces around here, and we rely on the cellular network to bring you these images from out in the middle of Botany Bay. And earlier today, I had the chance to go and catch up with Keegan York off Southerly. Sarah declined to be interviewed, a bit shy, so we'll just have a look at that little interview that I did earlier with Keegan while we're waiting for things.
Here with Keegan York off Southerly, race 6 winner. How's it all going, Keegs?
Yeah, a bit better than expected. Like, we knew we were going to be a chance in the regatta overall, but it's sort of coming together a bit better than what we thought it would. Well, I thought it would anyway.
You're not one to ever write yourself off, but new team, only, 2 months together?
Yeah, I think Kurt originally came to me beginning of November, I think it was, and said, am I interested in doing the 16 Nationals with him and Sarah? And I said, no, I'm going to Hobart to sail the moths. And he bugged me and eventually he broke me down. I think I committed somewhere mid to late November, and he already had the boat, and yeah, good choice so far.
Good choice, absolutely. You guys are the only ones with 2 heat wins.
Yeah.
So, you know, a nice 10-point buffer at the moment, all to play for today in front of a full house of old lunatics.
Yeah, I've already seen a couple of the old guys that I used to look up to when I was a kid, when Dad was dragging me around 16 regattas, as you know, a 5 or 10-year-old, 12-year-old. And yeah, it'll be nice just to put on a good display today and try and get 2 keepers. That's what we're trying to do every day, just keepers.
And you're definitely doing that, Keegs, but all the best for the rest of the regatta, brother. Go get them.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thank you, guys.
So there was a little interview with a bloke that struggles to hold a conversation, Keegan York. So it was good to catch up with Keegs. I've sailed against Keegs for
God, I can't even remember how long, but forever and a day.
Both of us, mate. Yeah.
Yep. So, and his dad, Keegan York, the foot, is he's one of the volunteers out here this week helping out, which is good. Foot's retired from sailing 16s, but Keegs is still at it, which is good to see.
Yeah, Glenn, an absolute legend of the 16-foot skiff community at St George. I don't know how many seasons in a 16 he sailed down here, but a hell of a lot. Right, Jimmy? It'd be probably, I don't know, maybe 30 years.
At least, yeah.
At least. So a bit surprising how quickly those years go by. I couldn't believe Robbie Napper's done 27 in a row. And he's still a young man. So
he's always going to be younger than you and me, Dole. That's a given.
It's pretty hard to catch up, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Keegan's been kind enough to hand me the keys to his 18-footer too on a number of occasions. So that's always good fun to get back out on the 18.
The worst part about the 18s is lifting the things in and out of the water, Dole. Like, we'd all probably be sailing them or whatever if we could still lift the things.
It is when you get to my age, but what excuse have we got when John Winning's still doing it every week, right?
Yep.
But interesting that what Sarah doesn't like the paparazzi, mate. Is that the case, or?
I think I don't know whether it was nerves of superstitions or what the story is, but she quietly offered me to have a chat with Keegan instead, and I was like, I don't know that Keegan would go right in front of a microphone. He's a bit of a quiet bloke to have a chat with.
He doesn't like to talk.
No.
Yeah.
So you can see on our start boat there we have a postponement flag up, and they just have pulled up their anchor. I think we can hear on the radio that we might be heading back down the river to sail this race. It's just gone 4 o'clock, so the tide is going to be not doing a whole lot, meant to be low tide now, so that makes things a little bit easier for our sailors.
And the start boat also has the Lima flag up, which means follow me. So all the boats, all the skiffs will see that and hopefully get a wriggle on and come on down the river.
Yeah, so hang tight, viewers. We will be resetting the course a little bit further down, and for any old buffers watching at the club, if you can hear us, you might be in for a treat.
And we sent our little assistant Sammy Brasher along to catch up with the Hopkins kids earlier and make his on-air debut for in front of the camera. So we might have a quick look at that interview if we can, Chits.
I'm here with the winners of race 6 for the 13-foot championships, James and Gemma Hopkins off the Evix. Guys, tell me a bit about it yesterday.
It was really good race. Came off the start a little bit, not as we were hoping with the boat above us, but got the boat moving through the water, got it on the downwinds, and we just felt really quick, going through everything.
Nothing to add. And obviously it was pretty close to the Cybertech for most of that race. Tell me how you dealt with the pressure and, pulled away at the end.
I think on our downwinds we bring the boat a bit lower and push it a little bit harder than they do, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And now, so 3 races to go. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, we're only just over halfway through, 6 out of 9 races done, so still got a long way to keep working, see how it goes, I guess.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. And now, what happens to the Evix after this championship and going into next season? Or is that,
we don't know yet.
Secret?
We don't know yet, honestly. Everything's up in the air. Yeah. See what happens.
All right, well, thank you.
No worries.
And, good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you. See you out there.
See you out there.
There you go, Sammy's debut in front of the camera. What do you think, Dole? He's a bit of a career.
It had a little touch of work experience about it, but I'll give Sammy a 9 out of 10 for that effort.
Hey.
I think he'll be back.
Yeah, Sammy's our young assistant on board here. He helps with just about everything and keeps an eye on the drone. Part of our permit to fly the drones, we've got to have a spotter, and he's takes care of all that. He keeps an eye on where the drone is and if there's other air traffic and so forth around. So we love having Sam around. It's slowly getting to learn everything that we do on board here and how it all comes together.
I'm starting to wonder whether maybe Sarah Lee might have spoken to Sammy if we'd and not you, Jimmy. Eh?
Well, that could have been an option.
He's a good looking young rooster. So the Mutiny is going full noise, our start boat, back down the bay. So for everyone back at the club, I think settle back, get yourself a window seat before they're all taken, get yourself a fresh beverage, because we're going to be coming your way and likely to be finishing the race off the club as well. So.
And for the viewers, the 13-foot skiff results are now live online. So we have Ebix Racing. So Racing is on 9 points leading, from Cybertech Group on 14 points. Third is Harkin 13-foot skiff team, 22 points, and g'day to Grantley. I know Grantley and the team down there at Harkin are tuning in and watching. Next is Plum Cafe on 29 points, and then in fifth is Sail Media, young Benny sailing with Daz.
Go the Sail Media.
They can come back from here.
And guys, I haven't seen the Tagara come back out yet. Nor have we seen any reappearance of the fluid. So I
thought I'd seen the fluid out there.
The fluid back out? I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't seen them again, but I could be wrong. But I was hoping that the fluid might be able to execute some quick repairs if it's just a trapeze rigging error. Or breakage, not a big mission to rig something up to fix and replace that. And as I said before, I was assuming that Tagara was maybe going in to change rigs, because when they were sailing in, they didn't seem to have any sort of problems. All the sails were up, they put a spinnaker up and they were on trapeze heading back to the club. But if anyone back on shore in the rigging area has any information for us, please feel free to let us know.
Well, if we're going right down towards Woolooware Dole, we might even swing via the club and have a bit of a
sticky beat.
Have a P-bow and see if we can see them. What an incredible sight. We go wide on that shot there, Robin, and look back at all the skiffs all coming down into the river. There you go.
So a number of people were letting us know in various ways of messaging that our vision had gone down. We were aware that it had gone down. We just had some technical problems on board, but
it's mainly out there where we were. It's
yeah, unfortunately the coverage was limited where we were on a couple of points on the course, but hopefully now we're down in the river and a bit closer to shore, we shouldn't encounter any more problems.
Okay, the just heard from the great Peter Shipway, Dole, and he says Sammy can replace Bucko. So
join the queue. Doesn't he turn up with his own seat that's araldite to his, so you can't actually throw him off?
Mate, he does everything he possibly can to get himself into trouble, the old bucko.
just through from the start boat. Intention is to start here where they are currently. You can probably just make us out from the end of the clubhouse if you're down there. Going to start here, do 2 laps and a clubhouse finish. So,
Oh, that's going to be pretty short and sweet.
yeah.
Bit of a sprint race.
Yeah, I quite like that they've actually changed the position. It means that very different racing. We're about halfway down to the bridge in the river, for those of you who know the area, which means the start is going to be quite tight. There's not as much room as the boats had in the last race, so that start is going to be really, really important. In terms of conditions, it seems we've still got an east nor'easter sitting around 15 knots.
Yeah, Nick Connor on the Cunninghams that you can see on screen there, he didn't seem too keen on coming down here into the river. He was waving madly and pointing back out towards the bay, indicating that that's where he wanted to go sailing. So, sorry, Nick. But
Looks like the 13-foot skiff Ronston is limping home as well, just going down the other side of the camera cat here.
oh, they mightn't venture too far. They've got
They
a lot
were coming the whole way down without a spinnaker
without a
up top.
spinnaker. Yeah, okay. Because they're going to have quite a weight, as are we all, folks. But Tinny, our start boat, is anchored now. So hopefully we can get a course laid in ASAP. What is going to happen though is where we are anchored for a start and where the pin boat is going to be, they're going to start on starboard and run out of runway pretty damn quick, aren't they? They are going to sail into the shore off the start line towards Georges River Sailing Club at Dolls Point. And if you start at the pin, if I'm guessing where the pin boat is going to be, you're going to sail about 50 metres and have to tack before you run aground. So stand by, we could see a bit of carnage. So this is going to be interesting. We're going to throw some curveballs at them on a very short race. So anyone that gets themselves into a bit of trouble aren't going to have any room to or distance to time to catch up. So it's going to be imperative that boats get a good start. I would suspect we might see a lot of boats up at the boat end of the start line, so they've got a bit more runway and distance before they have to tack, and they will also be on the favoured starboard tack, right of way tack. My team on the Employment Hero. Good to see them finish a race. They've been a bit unlucky with some gear failure. So Tuesday they had a spinnaker halyard cleat fail. So every time they put the spinnaker up and take it down, they had to tie it up in the boat and get it undone again at the drop, which if you're going to sail a skiff, that takes a fair bit of time and costs you places. And then yesterday broke their big rig, and so a little bit gun shy. They've gone with the little rig, but they've finished and got a result, so they'll be happy with that.
It's always very disappointing. I'm sure all these boats have put a lot of work into making sure their boats are ready, and you think everything's good and there's just something you don't see that breaks, so that's disappointing for them.
It's always the one thing you don't look at too, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You know, I remember back when I was racing Dole, you know, like I'd bring the boat down to your factory and we'd start at the front, go to the back, and you know, whether it be a bungee cord or whatever, we swapped out everything in that boat before, you know, mainly, I think it was probably 2 weeks before each major event.
Yep. do a pressure test, make sure there was no leaks, change fastenings, make sure everything was tidy, give the boat a good polish, give the foils a good polish and often a respray, didn't we, before an event?
Yep.
Big, or nationals anyway.
Yeah, and these boats do get put under a whole lot of pressure. I think a lot of boats will be sailing at club level maybe once a week, maybe training once or twice a week, but to sail, I guess, 8 days in a row with only 1 day off, these boats go under a lot of pressure. So while you think everything's all ready to go, you've now done half a season's work in 1 week.
It's the Red Pumps team. Tyler Dransfield, Greg Windust and Jay Harris.
That's another sponsor that has been very, very generous, sponsoring 2 16-foot skiffs this year.
Might have just had a bit of an interruption again in our coverage. We're just having a few issues today, a few gremlins. Hopefully we're back on air again. We're just having some problems aboard. Not our fault, unfortunately. It's just our carriers, multiple. That
so on our streaming device that we use, it uses multiple cards to from different carriers for this very reason, to try and eliminate it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work.
And picks the best one. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, they ran out of options a couple of times today.
Down that side. If we get unlucky, it's up to come out. What's happening? There's a lot of towers on the north, not many on the south. If we happen to be more south, it jumps south, and that might be what's happening.
So yeah, apologies. We're just trying to get things sorted out on board here, work out what's going on.
it's coming up with a game plan for our towers.
Yeah. It would appear that if we stay on one side of the river, we're okay, and if we get on the other side of the river, you lose us. So trust us, we're trying to do our best.
Just got another message through from the start boat. There's some concern over depth of clubhouse finish, so I'll see what happens.
It's all happening,
the
folks.
tide couldn't be any lower than where it is at the moment. I don't know whether the start boat took it as a joke that our batteries will run out. So how many more weeks have you got off school, Jess, before you're back?
I don't want to make you jealous, Jimmy, but I've still got 2 more weeks off being a high school teacher. Bit of work to do in the next 2 weeks.
So that's a hooter and flag for the start line being open.
We still have a postponement flag up on our start boat, but I can see the number 2 numeral pennant, so we're looking at 2 laps for this race. So it's going to be short and sweet by the sounds of it. or perhaps they'll be setting their top mark much further out, which will give these boats a bit of a longer run to be able to spread themselves out and choose some good tactics. And I can see Fluid have managed to come back out to sail this second race, so that's really good that whatever issue they had, they've managed to fix it and make it back in time. So while it might be frustrating for some boats to be waiting around, it's good for these guys to get back in the competition.
Yeah, it certainly helped out the Fluid guys to get fixed up, and also coming up on our left-hand side, on our port side at the moment, is the Tugara, and yes, they have the big rig in, so...
Yeah, good call from them, I think, with 2 drops at the end of this next race. And they weren't doing so well. I think they've made the decision that we'll throw away this race, drop it, put in a big rig and hope to do better in the next one.
Yeah, so that's them you can see there. Tugara, a very well-known and historic skiff name, which is the reason that that boat carries that name, and also their sail insignia. Tommy Clout and the boys.
And the 2 Sams.
And what I have noticed as well, since we've moved down into this river area, is we're once again surrounded by jellyfish. And they're big, very big.
I'm just thinking about the time here. I think a lot of these boats would have left the beach at roughly 1:30, so they've been out here for almost 3 hours and they've still got another 45-minute race to go. So wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a few little mistakes in this race that we wouldn't see otherwise. If I was out here sailing, I'd be really taking this time to sit down, talk about something that's not sailing, try and have a laugh. Hopefully you've got some water on board.
Water and a packet of lollies, right, Jess?
Yep. We would actually put electrolytes in our water just to make it taste better.
Plenty of water and lollies on the camera cap.
Yeah.
That's our happy Bartley construction team. I tempt them into giving us a wave. No, they're concentrating now.
They're locked in.
So very constricted area where we are. It's going to be very interesting, and the start boat are getting ready to prepare for our start. They've got the gate in, and they're getting ready. They'll be dropping the AP shortly, and we'll be going into sequence. After that, like 1 minute. So I'm thinking we're going to have a bit on ourselves here, Jimmy.
We'll be right, Dole. Always be right.
So our postponement flag has just come down, so 1 minute until the 5-minute warning signal. It's nice for this race that we don't have as much tide as last time, so hopefully we can get away without a general recall. That would make our 13-foot skiffs very happy.
So if you're just joining us, followers, we are lining up now for race 8 of the Australian 16-foot and 13-foot skiff national titles, hosted by the St George Sailing Club. G'day to all the old salts back in the club for reunion day. Hopefully everyone's all behaving. There's our 5-minute gun. We've got to psych ourselves up on here for the second race as well, Jess, for the day.
Absolutely.
I don't think we're going to need much psyching up, Jimmy. I'm a bit worried about the amount of action that we're going to see coming up very, very shortly.
If you've just tuned in, we have moved our start further down the river for this second race. So as Dolly mentioned, it's really, really tight racing. We've got 50 plus boats on the start line with not much room to move. So that start is going to be very important for them.
And it is low tide.
Very, very low tide. There are sandbanks up the side of the river, so boats will need to make sure they keep in the channel. It is almost every year, I think, that someone runs aground here. 4 minutes with a blue Peter.
Now, I would think, Jess, that if you started at the pin, you'd almost have to tack immediately.
I'd say so, yes. There is a rule in sailing of water, and if you're running out of space, even though you're tacking onto port tack, you can call for room, but there's just so many boats that's going to be very difficult.
By the time that Chinese Whisper got down 52 boats, though, Jess.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you can call water on one boat, you're still going to have the rest of the fleet behind you. So,
and once you have the ability to pull away behind boats, you have to do that. You can't just hail water and expect 50 boats to give you right of way. Yeah,
I think I would be starting at the boat end today, and there is a bit of room out on the right, not much, but a bit of room that if you needed to tack out, you could try and give yourself some clear air, and by the time you tack back, you'll be on starboard and have right of way for the rest of the fleet that run out of room.
I've seen quite a number of boats actually go sailing in towards the Georges River Sailing Club, and I suspect they're actually having a look to see how much water is there to see how far they can push this.
Absolutely, I would want to know before the race.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to find out the hard way, because when you hit the bottom in a skiff, carbon fibre skiff with a centreboard sticking out the bottom, only one winner comes out of that, and it's not your centreboard or your boat. Or your mate who happens to be a boat builder.
2 minutes to go. Boats seem to be heading back over to the boat end of the line. And I assume they'll start gearing up with about a minute and a half to a minute to go. Seems like so far they are behaving themselves and not pushing too close to the line.
Yeah, they're very well stepped back, Jess.
Yep. But also very close together. I don't think many boats at this stage want to be anywhere near the pin end.
No, definitely not. You can see no one's down there at the moment, except the only boat that's coming back from down there on port is Lee Napton. I suspect he's going to come back to the fleet on port and tack in front of them and try to lead everyone up to that line, because with everyone else racked up on starboard in a very tight bunch group up towards the boat, it's very easy to get boxed in. He's done just that. He's just tacked under the fleet, slightly advanced. The only boat to leeward of him at present is Ace.
That's a really fantastic shot there to see how bunched the fleet is at the boat end of the line. 40 seconds to go.
If nothing else, it's going to make for some great pictures, that's for sure. Imey has also punched down to that leeward end now, and Lee Napton didn't like that, so he just took a little dip and got back under them in a controlling position.
Yeah, it looks like down at our pin end we've got Imey sail racing Noakes, I'm not sure which Noakes. Up the boat end of the line we have Fluid, Moonen and Cunningham's, among others.
Fire stopping right on the boat.
Fighting hard to stay below the line.
They can't behave, these children, honestly.
There is boats into the side of the start boat.
So as we saw in the last start, even though it is a general recall, boats are happy to keep sailing for a little bit. They know they've got a bit of time to get back to the start, but with this new sailing area compared to what we had this morning or earlier this afternoon, it's nice for them to be able to just judge their speed on other boats, see what the conditions are like before they head back down to restart.
Here you go, you can have a look at how close they can get to the beach in there.
Yeah, so they do have a bit of room. I wouldn't want to be pushing it too far though.
Lovely picture.
So it looks like that sand spit's actually growing at Georges River Sailing Club there.
Oh yes, definitely. Remember, there used to be a pool there, right?
Yeah.
So certainly at low tide, there's plenty of rigging space on the beach there now. So we'd expect our RO will once again bring out the black flag for this next start. And once again, a bit worrying that for these guys who are in the leading group in the point score, very, very dangerous ground for them.
And we've just heard on our start boat that the general recall flag is down. So we'll be coming up to gear for our next start. We'll wonder if Peter Tinworth will give them another blue Peter, if he's keen to get a black flag to make sure this race gets underway.
It's thirsty work, so I think we need a black flag.
Yes.
It's 4:30, so
what's our latest start time, do we know?
on these
Sundown.
days until tomorrow. Tomorrow is the only day with a restricted start time.
Okay, excellent.
Otherwise, it's open slather till you need nav lights.
Well, in our case, run out of batteries, which is a real thing.
The Moon and Boys just came past and gave us the thumbs up, so they're obviously looking excited. Anticipating some action. So class flag's now up and 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I am looking at that star boat, and I have had a message come that pointed out that our flags and start boat do seem to be opposing each other, so perhaps there still is a bit of tide that may be pushing these boats over the line.
Still another 15 minutes of the tide to run here.
Okay.
So the last little bit of it won't be as much, but as you see with the start boat, like it's not pointing that way for its, because that's the way Tinny likes to look at it.
The Noakes and the Southerly team just having a friendly chat, which is good to see. Amicable, there's the boys.
It's great to see those two St George boats performing really well at their home club. And we have a black flag on our start boat. So for those who missed it, if these boats are over in the last minute of sequence, they will be disqualified. So it seems we are very keen to get this race underway.
And with this much congestion and a lot of boats wanting to be in this top half of the line, yeah, we might see some people taking some big risks here and paying the price. As we get a bit closer, we'll see how they go, but there's already boats racking up and having a sniff around, and we've just passed 3 minutes to go. That's a long time to wait. I can see Nathan Wilmot in Imagine. He's just having a little look at the line. I think he might have just been doing a little bit of maybe a practice timed run there, just to see how the flow and time and distance was. and he's now jived back around. He'll go down and find his place amongst the fleet. But yeah, it shows how thorough some of these guys are, and it's particularly someone like Nathan, who has so much Olympic experience and obviously Olympic medals under his belt. They don't come easy, and he definitely knows how to prepare for moments like this. Coming down to 2 minutes.
You can see on that wonderful drone shot there, everybody is hanging out well below the line and well below the boat end. So with just under 2 minutes to go, they've got plenty of runway, but hopefully they can all maintain a position behind the line.
I think it's their patience they need to maintain, isn't it?
Yes.
We just keep taking off a little bit early, moving up to the line a little bit early, and as we've said, there's still a bit of tide running out here. There's still enough tide to turn the start boat against the wind, so that's enough tide to push them up against them over the line. But yeah, we're looking a lot more behaved this time, folks. Counting down to the minute. We're nearly there, and yeah, everyone's holding back quite well, so I would expect this time we're going to get away with a clean start, and hopefully no one getting themselves into trouble with a DFD.
As far as I can see so far, we've got SKE Electrical, Skelcon down the pin end line with Imagine signage. Maybe not in the position they would like to be, looking a bit deep.
They're below a number of boats. Bruce Savage in Red Pumps Red and Tom Clout and Tagara probably the furthest down towards the pin, with Skelcon and Ace in sight. They're a little bit up. We've got a big congestion at the boat end.
Absolutely, lots of yelling we can hear.
There is boats hitting each other here. This is pretty ouch. So we've got Red Pumps Fluid out back, Modern Concepts. Wow, it's very
tight.
Very. Now, if we got away to a clean start, TTR and Sutek got through that very, very well, but we won't know.
It's a huge pile up at the boat.
Yeah.
Richard, Modern Concept, Tribeca, Contender Sailcloth. Who's the other one? Outback Marine, is it?
Yeah, I think, it is. Modern Concept of really being sandwiched between the start boat. And, you know, we did expect this, and, well, the next thing we'll see is where we get the convergence over at the shore, which we're looking down on now. A few of the I'll say smarter ones have decided to tack out early and stay out of trouble. That includes Moon and Eric Storage and Cunningham's. Fire stopping as well. Employment Hero and Lee Napton. He's getting out of Dodge. He doesn't want to get stuck in there, that's for sure. We've just seen Modern Concept Constructions do a penalty turn next to us. I suspect they might have been.
And it looks like there might be a boat on the set. Oh, it was there before, I've just heard, so keeping out of everyone's way. These guys are really, really going to push the limits of this race course. As you can see on that shot there, it's really tight racing. Finding a clear lane here is going to be really challenging if they didn't get that front row start they were looking for.
So that boat on the beach is Smash. I don't mean the boat is Smash, the boat is sponsored by Smash.
Jimmy Smash Burgers or something, I believe it is.
On screen we can see Noakes, Imagine signage and NHS with IME crossing behind. It looks like Imagine
and Ryan Ewing just
Ewing
around the left of screen, he's on the beach.
Yeah. And I think TTR just had a touch as well. And strangely enough, so far so good, despite Ryan Ewing's being hard on the beach. So far so good as going right where he's going. So
yeah,
you
so
can
it's
see
really
them
unfortunate for Noakes Blue.
That's hurt them a lot. Hopefully they haven't done any damage.
We can see that green channel marker on screen there, so that should be a hint for these guys to not go too much further than that.
Yeah, fluid building look like they're going in pretty hard left there. I hope they've done a bit of a recce. Maybe they've got a depth sounder on board. But they're, at the moment, they're our furthest left boat.
And everyone seems to be following them, so I think if you've got a boat in front of you that are doing okay with the water level, you may as well follow.
Outback Marine really pushing the limits as well, but he's a local, so I'm guessing he knows how far he can push in there. Josh Tasker.
So fluid tacking there, they seem to have done really, really well, crossing in front of Sutek and Imagine Signage. We did say earlier that Imagine weren't really in the best position for their start, so very impressive work by them to be able to find some clear air.
So I can see fluid just leading Noakes back out to the left there. And as I said before, things are a bit difficult for us as well as the sailors. So we're just trying to pick our way up the bay without interfering with anyone's racing. Noakes having to tack away there. They were getting a fair bit of gas off the fluid. Fluid seemed to be in pretty good shape there at the moment. So fluid's just crossed behind Skelcon, which puts Skelcon in a good position. But there is boats further over in the hard right. I can see Sail Racing, a number of other boats over there, but until we get a convergence at the top mark, it's a bit hard to know how anything is going at the moment, because this is just quite chaotic.
On screen now we have Moonin and Red Pumps, who are our boats currently furthest out on the left-hand side of the course.
And they've done well. They've managed to find themselves some space in a clear lane where they can get their bow down a bit and just go fast. And there seems to be some good pressure over there on the left, doesn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think finding pressure today and trying to keep in clear air is going to be important. So we've just had Noakes tacking back onto port tack. It looks like they do have a few starboard tackers here they'll need to keep in front of. Imee in a bit of trouble there. They might just be able to save it if they're lucky.
Yeah, we've also got Bella Group and a couple of other boats on a sand. They've grounded themselves on the sandbar. Just trying to see who that other one is, but one of them's Bella Group.
Bella Group. And
Yeah, so that's...
Little Blue Dinosaur, Dom.
Yeah, unfortunately, just went a bit too far.
I can see our top marks now. We've still got quite a way to go, but while we're in the restrictions of the river, we're really seeing some tight crosses. But I think our leader at the moment is probably Sail Racing from Imagine Signage.
Trying to get us out of
fluid building not too far behind that group.
It's like trying to cross a picket line coming out of here.
Oh, jeepers.
Yeah, this first lap is absolutely the hardest, and with only a 2-lap race, It's going to be very tight racing the whole way through, which is tough for our sailors, but very exciting for us. In the mix up there, we can see Moonin, Imagine Signage and Fluid, who have all managed to sail really well.
Right here. So at the moment, we've got Imagine and Moonin holding an advantage over Sarah Lee on Southerly, but we can let you know that Sarah's elected to come over to the left-hand side a little bit further, and she's found a clear lane and is going fast.
Yeah, I think for them, perhaps they didn't have the best start they were hoping for, and now they've found some clear air and they're going to use that to their advantage as much as possible.
Yeah, Sail Racing must have elected to take another tack back in. They did. They're really working that right-hand side. So I was thinking, where have they gone? And they've tacked right over to the other shore again. And they're working that right-hand shore very hard, but they're in an excellent position. So Skelcon, the ever-consistent Skelcon, are also in that lead group still. You can see them there. And they're stepped out, getting through the water nicely and with clear air and a lane, and that's going to be the critical thing today. So Sarah and the Southerly team have just decided to take a tap back towards that southern side. I wouldn't be surprised if we see boats like Imagine or Ruffy. Well, there you go. Tack
right on
top
cue.
of us. So even before I could get my words out, they went and did that. They'll want to keep her tucked away and confined. They don't want them getting through. But yeah, at the moment, Skelcon and Sail Racing, Swell. Who else have we got over there? Looks like Red Pumps are doing okay. Oh no, it's Eric Storage having a good race. But gee, that Sarah Lee's managed to step across, and you know, she's not leading, but she's in a good position.
On screen now we have Imagine Signage, Fluid and Skelcon. Sailing really well out of this left-hand side of the course. It seems Imagine have really done well, fighting hard to maintain in front of this top group. Really just goes to show how talented they are and how well they are at tactics and picking their way through the fleet. Very, very difficult to come back from a hard start. Sail Racing, who chose to go further out to the right, have now looking like they just snuck in front of Imagine Signage, so well done to them. Swell Racing not too far behind either. We're just moving up to the top mark now. Looks like Sail Racing will be almost heading out to this lay.
Sail Racing tacking to get back, keeping a loose cover and an eye on Skelcon, Imagine, Moonin, Sarah Lee, Fluid, and Swell has also decided to tack and get back to the right-hand side. So I can see one thing for sure, Daniel Turner's not letting Sarah Lee out of his sights. He's got her tucked away underneath him in his dirty air.
Skelcon on screen there, just tacking. It looks like they have chosen their lay to the top mark. They are further on the right-hand side of the course, so there is still a fair distance before they get there. Imagine Signage coming in, looking like they may need to duck behind Skelcon. Moonin and Southerly not too far behind. Here we have Sail Racing on screen. They've just gone past the 13-foot skiff mark. Sailing really, really nicely. These boys are confident at this end of the fleet, I'd say. They won a state titles a few years ago at Lake Illawarra. So it's really great to see them working well at the top end of the fleet.
Yeah, multiple run-at-time runner-up in the national championship too, and you know, at the start of the week I was saying I expected big things of them this week, and unfortunately, you know, through no fault of their own really, it's just things haven't worked in their favour. It'd be great to see them get a good result today.
Looks like they've picked that lay line really nicely. We can see Skelcon didn't quite pick their lay and has needed to tack back and duck behind some boats, so that'll cost them a bit coming into the top mark. But after all of that, really good tactical sailing. Sail Racing are our race leader for this 2-lap series. Imagine Signage around next, followed very closely by Swell, who I think will get over the top of Skelcon, who are pinching a bit just to get around that mark.
Yeah, and I've been talking about the Macon boys all week. They've been really consistent, sailing exceptionally well this week, and they're right on the cusp of that lead trio.
So that was Noakes around in 7th.
Great composure from the Fluid boys to break gear, go in, come back out and bang in a good first beat in this race.
Absolutely. Moonen and Southerly around in 9th and 10th by the looks of it. So they'll be hoping to pick their way back through the fleet as much as they can.
Moonen dangerously buried their bow there on the bear away. Nick Connor in Cunningham's next around behind Thurlow Fisher. Benny Brunnage's NFPG Balmain. Eric Storage, Scotty Cotton. The Dominoes, NHS.
SKE Electrical have made life difficult for themselves coming up to this mark on Port Tack.
Ooh.
And that's a very tight squeeze to get around in front of Insight.
They're not going to pull that off.
Yeah. Let's hope they don't drag the mark.
Tom Clout just in Tagara, just behind Insight. And Nozomi having a great race with the little rig there, as our Employment Hero. They've just rolled over the top of SKE.
And SKE, well done to them. Off screen, they are doing a penalty turn for hitting that mark. So it's great to see lots of boats in this regatta doing their penalty turns when needed.
One of the boys on Kamikaze just having a bit of a body drag. It's a lovely shot looking down into the sun. And that's my son in the sun.
It's quite challenging in this type racing to try and find a balance between going for boat speed and trying to dig down deep so you can give yourself an opportunity to jibe if that's what you want to do. So boat positioning here is really important, and that's something you need to think about before you go around the top mark.
And in these early stages, just trying to find a clear lane when everyone's so compressed.
Yeah, absolutely. You could jibe off to try and find a clear lane, and then you have boats jibe on top of you.
Exactly.
And then you're stuck.
Now, I'm not sure, did anyone see the white flag with the red diamond on the start boat? No.
No, I got a message from Jack that they're finishing at the boat.
So we're going to finish where we started. Okay.
For viewers at home that missed that at the start, there was an option of finishing the race at the club, which would have made some really great viewing for our Old Buffers Day, but they've decided to finish at the boat. On screen there we have Sail Racing, who still appear to be our race leaders, followed by Imagine Signage. Fluid are also having a really great day. Very important for these boats to try and get themselves in a good position on this run, so upwind they can give themselves some clear air.
Yeah, the ones that need to be the movers here are Imagine, who are doing that. Moonan's in the chase as well. Moonan would be in about 9th position at the moment, I think, but they're not far enough away from Southerly at the moment. They need to get boats. They need numbers between Southerly and themselves to get themselves in a good position for tomorrow. At the moment, that's not happening. Sarah Lee's just doing too good a job out here.
So on screen there, we've got Moonen. In the distance, Southerly is coming back on starboard, so they jibed out a bit earlier and are coming back. Really nice pressure here. The boats are bouncing well over the small chop that we have. So that was Imagine signage on port tack, just needing to luff their kite a little bit to duck behind SKE Electrical on starboard.
Skelcon.
Sorry, Skelcon.
Yep. SKE is still doing turns up the top.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fluid there now, seems to be in some really nice pressure. Boat's looking really good.
Yeah,
good.
Great comeback from them after from a bit of adversity after doing damage in that first race. And yeah, there would have been a lot of pressure on them having to sail all the way back into the club, get the boat out of the water, do their repairs, and get back out here. So real credit to Dave, Fang and Phil for getting back out here and competing in this race and doing exceptionally well. So the moment of about 3 or 4.
It did take them about 10 seconds before their top batten popped after that jibe. So tip for those young players at home, make sure you look up after a jibe to make sure all those battens are popped.
Okay, nearly at the gate here, and we're seeing Sail Media.
Sail Racing. I wish it was Sail Media.
Just giving us a free plug, Jimmy.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Sail Racing, they're going to take the left-hand gate. I think there's a bit more clear air and runway out to the southern side of the course. I think that's a good move on their behalf.
Fluid looking like they need to do 2 jibes here to get round that mark.
But it did give them the starboard advantage when they were outside of the zone there. So that sort of just helped keep swell at bay there.
So Imagine signage just on screen.
The big mover
looking
there
like they're
at this other mark is Southerly.
Yeah.
The big mover.
Yeah, so Sarah ran down the shore and then jibed back out with some good pressure. It got her in front of Moonen, obviously. And she's going to be closing the gap on this lead 5, I'm sure. Seeing Lee Napton just choosing to tack straight away at that left-hand turn gate. Starting to see a bit more congestion in the boats that are coming down. Eric Storage with a very early drop on the spinnaker. I think they figured that they'd just get it done. Ace was going to be coming in on starboard with rights.
It's good to see Cunningham's on screen there, having a bit of a better race than yesterday. Sorry, this morning.
Seems like yesterday.
Seems like yesterday, yeah.
Been out here that long.
Thurlow Fisher from Drummoyne Club
having a blinder.
Having a great race today.
Yeah, just in front of Sutek and Fire Stopping.
Just a bit late getting the kite away there, unfortunately, but giving the forward hand plenty to do. As is Mikey on the Sutek. Closely followed by the Fire Stopping and Insight. Tagara taking the right, NHS taking the left. Imey quite a way up the track there, Jimmy.
Yeah, very deep for the Imey boys. They definitely won't be happy. That's them with the bright orange spinnaker.
Yeah, I can only guess they
had the swim.
They had a swim, yeah. Did they run aground and have a swim, or did they just have a swim?
I didn't see, mate. I was too busy. I was too busy trying
try to thread needles in the dark.
I was too busy being scared while you were trying to thread needles in the dark.
On screen now we have fluid and sail racing.
I'll tell you who's done exceptionally well out of there is Sarah Lee.
Absolutely.
They are sailing brilliantly this week.
And I think to have some good confidence in the first half of the week, to know that even though they may not have had the great start, to keep their mental game strong, keep calm, and the experience on that boat is really, really great to be able to pick their way through the fleet. Imagine signage on screen there with Noakes and fluid up to the left in the background. Imagine signage are coming well out to the left-hand side of this course.
Yeah, they're okay where they are at the moment for depth. They've got quite a bit of water there, so they're fine. I'm sure they won't push it to the point of anything too silly.
Insight on camera there, I can see a little sandbank they've just tacked in front of, so these boats are absolutely pushing the limits of the sandbanks to make sure they can sail the race they want to.
He just went that extra few metres so he didn't end up in the gas from the fire stopping. So Rod Carter willing to take a few risks there to put himself in a good position on the course. And I'm just looking across, there's fluid now. They've decided to tack. They've put a tack on top of Imagine signage, so they're trying to keep them at bay. And while fluid puts the gas on Imagine signage, on the other side of the river, Sarah Lee's in clear air and free to do whatever she pleases. So the fluid doing doing Southerly a bit of a favour there.
Sail Racing had put themselves in a really good position, and as Dolly just said, Imagine signage not in a great spot, so opted to tack out to find some clear air. But yeah, Sail Racing still our current leaders by the looks of it. They're sailing a really, really great race. They've managed to give themselves some space. Fluid have now got a good cover over Swell, so Swell finding it challenging at the moment to sail the boat how they would want to.
Fluid's going quick. They are getting upwind really well. They are rolling through Swell now.
Yeah, it seems like they've found a good balance between coming away and finding speed. They do seem to be dropping down a bit lower compared to Sail Racing. They've come down a lot, so while they may have good speed, they are putting some distance on Sail Racing, who have got a good balance between speed and height. Imagine signage.
The big cross is coming up.
Absolutely.
So we're going to get both boats in shot now. There they are. And
so that's Imagine signage with Southerly in the background, which is the big cross we are looking for.
Southerly's not only on starboard, but they're going to cross them easily. So that is a big move, folks.
It's only two laps this race, so they are heading up for their second and final top mark rounding. So this leg is really, really important. Skelcon just crossing behind, so they're also maintaining a really good position for themselves. They'll go a bit further to make sure they've got nice clear air before tacking.
Yeah, look, still a long way to get up course to this top mark, but Sarah Lee has tacked on top of Imagine and is in the controlling position.
Yeah, look, I think they've done a really good job at that bottom mark. They may have thought to themselves, let's go find some clear air, and now that they're back amongst it, they've got themselves in a good position. They're going to be racing now to keep themselves in front of their major competitor for the series. Swell on camera there, doing really nicely. They've managed to find a little gap as they were being covered by fluid before.
In the 13-foot skiffs, are just about a quarter of the way down the run. You've got Cybertech Group leading Ebix from Bartley Constructions to one of the red spinnakers.
Okay, just on screen you can see the next cross. Southerly just passing behind Swell and Fluid, but Southerly has taken a heap of time out of them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They've closed that gap a huge amount on this.
And the whole time that they've been doing that, they've had Imagine locked away to Leeward, and that is exactly what they needed to do. They are going to be, if we stay the way we are, they're going to be going into tomorrow's final heat with a very good position to take out this title.
Panning across now to our 13-foot skiffs, we have Ebix with MCC in the background. It looks like Ebix are currently in second position. Sailing really well. They had a great race to the first race of today, so if they can maintain their second, they should still be really happy with that. There we have Cybertech Group to the right of your screen, who are our current leaders for our 13-foot skiffs. Seems like they managed to get out of that start really nicely, and they've got a comfortable lead at the moment.
There's the Cybertech on screen still, making their way down. It's pretty rough just where they're getting through now. There was a couple of big power boats adding to the drama of the already choppy water through the channel here, but they've handled it really well. Ebix looking pretty safe in second place at this point in time.
We have Sail Racing on camera now, making their way over to the left-hand side of the course to try and pick a line up to the top mark. They've got a really nice cover on Fluid, who you can also see at the top of your screen. And
once again, Southerly just marking Imagine. They're not going to let them off the hook. Not for 1 second. So you can see Sail Racing, they've just gone out of your picture for a second there. They've tacked over just to make their way back over towards a ley line to the top mark. And also they want to keep their opposition on the western side of them. That right-hand side's continuing to pay, so they want to be on the right-hand side of their opposition as much as they can.
Just on the top right of your screen there, that is Southerly and Imagine signage. Southerly to the left and covering Imagine signage as they were earlier on this work. So Southerly absolutely have done an incredible job here. So if they can contain their nerves, I think they're looking good.
And they are both now through Fluid and Swell. So that takes Southerly into second spot and Imagine into third. So on our last cross, they were fourth and fifth. So they've both picked up those two boats, which is kind of surprising. Fluid look like they're going very, very well, but they just got themselves a little bit too far over to the left on that last exchange. As I say, this right-hand side just seems to continue to pay. Breezes swinging around to this side of the course.
These shots here show the little bits of chop that these boats are getting. Lots of water in the skipper's eyes. Fluid on screen, boat's really nice and flat. Yeah. Skelcon and Moonin in the background, so Moonin probably have a bit of work to do if they want to be back up in this regatta.
So Racing getting very close to a ley line now. Starboard lay, there they go. They're going to tack into this top mark for the final time. About 75 metres to go to the top mark, and they've probably got about 120 metres back to the chasing pack.
Change of course up here, Doc.
Yeah, there is a change of course. I can see a plus sign, which means the finish is going to be further down the river than where the start was. So these boats will have to keep an eye on that, make sure they know where the finish is as they head on down. So Sail Racing going around as our current leader. really, really great work from them, keeping nice and calm on that upwind and letting the others fight out the race behind them. They do have a decent lead. I think they'll be looking to play it safe, put a loose cover on those behind them so they can maintain their position. So coming in next at the top of your screen, we have Southerly, who is just tacked on top of Imagine Signage, followed very closely by Swell Racing and Fluid. Fluid didn't look like they were going to make that mark, so they have needed to tack out.
Nathan Wilmot just did everything he could then to try and get a little hook on Sarah Lee, hoping to get a penalty on her, but unfortunately for him, that didn't work out. He just ended up tucked in to leeward and got a bit of gas, and he just had to pull out of there to make sure he actually got round the mark, but he was definitely looking for a hook on that approach to the top mark. Next around's Fluid, and then the ever consistent Skelcon.
I think we're up to 6th position now, so Noakes will be around in 7th. On screen there we can see yeah, that's Noakes just heading round the top mark.
Next up will be Moonan, so the points are shifting, everybody, and they're shifting in the favour of Southerly.
Yeah, and at the end of this race today, all boats will get 2 drops, so they get to drop their worst 2 results. With one more race tomorrow, it'll be very interesting to have a look at the results at the end of today.
So there's Imagine Signage just trying to throw something at the Southerly guys, and Sarah with jibing out early, and Southerly's continued on a bit further.
Unfortunately, we saw Imee heading upwind still, not having their best race. Southerly has just jibed on camera.
I'm a little surprised actually, because Sarah made her big gain on the left-hand shore downwind last time.
And they've let Imagine Signage jibe out early, and they do have a cover on them, but they've given Imagine Signage a chance to kind of get away from them, so we'll see how this results for them. But as we've seen, they're good at making decisions, so hopefully they've seen something for themselves. But Imagine have also done a really good job to be able to jibe off early and try something different, because you're not going to win a race by following a boat easily.
Well, it's not really different. That's where Sarah Lee brained everyone on the last lap.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
And Fluid are going over there as well. Sarah is making good ground down the middle. If there is still a touch of that tide, which I don't think, I think it would be gone by now, we're well past it, but the water flow seemed to be continuing after the predicted tide time. But what worked on the last lap doesn't mean it'll work on this lap, but you don't want to let your opposition get away from you by too far. It looks a little bit softer in the middle here to me. But at the end of the day, she just has to stay within a position or two of either them or Moonan. But,
yeah, it does look like Imagine have a good line. On screen now we have Sail Racing, who have put a considerable gap on the others, who you can see further up screen. They're sailing a really, really good race. They've managed to keep their cool and just sail where they want to go without stressing too much about the others. Really good shot there. It looks like Imagine Signage have a nice gust that is bent round down the shore. So Southerly will be working hard to keep in front of them.
Yeah, nice and easy for Sail Racing to have that gap, and they can really just choose where they want to be. They're not governed by using tactics to hold out these following group. There's enough distance there that they can just look around for the best pressure and position themselves on the course where they want to be and not have their race determined by the others. It's often easier to lead from the front, and just looking across at Southerly and Imagine's just decided to jibe out. They've made a bit of a gain on Southerly here, but not enough to get through them just yet, I don't think. Southerly's now got a little bit of depth, and positions will remain the same, but distances have maybe closed slightly. Now, it's kind of a bit of a mystery as to how far down this finish is going to be. Just trying to see if we can get an eye on the finish boat, and I'm guessing the finish boat may be down near the club. Do you think, Jimmy?
I've got it.
Have you got a visual on them?
Yeah,
or
I've got
not?
a visual on it. It's another double the length again of, well, almost. You see them down there, so we'll be right. We'll get there.
Yes, I see them. Yeah, and I think I can see that mark laid out to...
Still got probably a couple of minutes of sailing before we get to...
Yeah.
Yeah, and those of you following the 13-foot skiffs, we can see a few on screen now. It looks like Cybertech Group had a very close lead on Ebix, but I did see a protest flag on Ebix, so...
Yeah, I was going to mention that, Jess. It's,
yeah, we'll see, I guess, after the race what may have happened there. Sail racing on screen now. The next white kite you can see is Southerly, followed by Imagine Signage.
Not surprisingly, Imagine Signage is the one with the spinnaker with the signage. Makes them a bit easier to pick, but yeah, Sail Racing are actually putting distance on these guys now, while Southerly and Imagine are sort of fighting amongst themselves as well. Sail their own race, and they've put quite a bit of distance on these two guys. It was a lot closer when we went around the top mark. Without the constraints of fighting with the other boat, it's just allowed them to pick where they want to jibe, stay in the pressure, and I'm really happy to see Felix and the boys, Paul and Tom, finally get a race win away in this regatta.
Yeah, Imagine Signage have put a jibe in behind Southerly. You can see Southerly checking over their shoulder just to keep an eye on their competitors. They're now have decided they've got a good spot to jibe, trying to keep themselves in the breeze.
If you're at the club watching, if you probably turn around and look over out into the river, you'll see Sail Racing finally coming around the corner.
So we're just going to get some vision here of Sail Racing coming down to the finish. Nicely trimmed. They'll probably do a one jibe and then in. I don't think they're going to lay this finish line on their board jibe, but
yeah, it looks about we're 100 metres away from the finish now, so they're just going to take it nice and easy. They've got a considerable lead. They just need to get through one more jibe, and there's our finish boat on the top left of your screen there. See, their crew work is really dialed down. They've been sailing together for a long time now, so they've got a really good relationship with each other. As you can see, they're just taking it nice and easy. There's no reason for them to be pushing too hard.
yeah, and I think there'll be both celebration and a bit of relief here because, you know, they've always been there and abouts, and they've racked up a race win for this series, which I've been saying all week that they're capable of.
Absolutely.
We've just been waiting.
Really lovely people on that boat, so it's nice to be able to see them win a race on the second last race of the series, and maybe give them a bit of confidence going into tomorrow.
And we'll just switch around in a sec and we'll see Southerly crossing Imagine, and once again they'll have a one jibe and into the finish here, and they'll lead Imagine in, closely followed behind there by Swell.
Southerly today, that is 2 seconds, so really well done to them. They've managed to keep their cool and do well. That's Imagine Signage coming in on third. They had a really, really good fight, but just didn't manage to come back in front of Southerly. But absolutely good racing after a not so great start for Imagine Signage. Swell Racing will be our next boat across the line.
I think that's more than enough for Southerly to be declared the national champs. I think the worst result was an 8th or something.
Yeah, I think they can discard tomorrow's race. And I was thinking the same, Jimmy, but I didn't want to commit and say it until we'd actually crunch the numbers.
I'll commit. That's Jack's job.
But yeah, as I mentioned before, their next worst race was an 8th.
Really close finish there on screen now. It looks like Noakes followed by Skelcon and Fluid. So unfortunately for Fluid, maybe they didn't have the best downwind then. Here's Moonan, who are in the mix for our series scores. They still did really well today, but probably not the results they were looking for, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're going to see Imagine jump Moonan by quite a number of points in the point score now, and Southerly will be a standout. But as I say, not until we do these numbers that we can confirm. But their Southerly's next drop will be an 8. They've added 2 2s to that point score, so that will put them on 14 points, I believe.
Red Pumps crossing the line now with Tyler Dransfield. Well done to them. Very capable crew. Looks like we've had a little capsize from someone.
It's a bit close between NFPG and Domino's for this finish.
Yeah, I think coming into the finish, being on starboard, you absolutely have the advantage. We can hear them yelling out the side of our camera cat now. Very close finish. I don't think I'm willing to make a call on that one.
We'll call it a tie, Jess.
Alrighty, ties are allowed apparently. Here we have Cunningham's and Ace, another very tight finish.
Give that one to Cunningham's.
Followed by Insight and Fire Stopping have had a good day for them. Looks like Tagara are in next. So for those who missed it earlier, they started in the first race with a little rig, opted to go home and change to a big rig. So well done for them to committing to that and having a good day. Eric Storage from Middle Harbour are next across the line. And SKE Electrical not too far behind.
I'm just trying to crunch some numbers here, so excuse my quiet.
You haven't gone to sleep?
Here we have Botany Access, which I think is the first of the little rigs, so well done Zoe Dransfield for committing to the little rig and still doing really well against all the big rigs. Now these next group of boats are not going to make it easy for the finishers. Ivy on screen there seemed to have caught back up on that downwind, so had a few issues earlier on.
Yes, Jimmy, barring my failed high school maths from 40-something years ago, I think we are correct in saying that Southerly have the regatta in the bag.
Well done for them. They only purchased the boat not very long before sailing the regatta, and so for them to buy a boat, get it set up how they want it, and then to come out here and do so well, congratulations. Just got the rest of the fleet coming down now. It did appear, unfortunately, for our little rigs that they were at a disadvantage today. The breeze didn't quite pick up as much as they were perhaps thinking. And for lighter crews, it's a hard decision to make when you're not convinced on what the wind is going to do.
Oh, yeah, get up there.
So we've just got the last of our 16s coming downwind, and we might then start making our way to focus on our 13-foot skiffs, who are somewhere off in the distance.
All the way up there, yeah.
The old race committee's making life difficult for us today, aren't they?
Certainly are. It's been interesting and long.
Just making our way up the course now. It's really great for our 13s so we can get all these 16s out of the way and we can spend a bit of time focusing on them.
I've gone through the most amount of fuel this week. We've been out here for the most amount of time.
Lucky we did go and fill up, Jimmy, or we might have been paddling home.
Correct.
So I can see off in the distance our 13-foot skiffs haven't rounded their top mark yet, so they're still battling it out upwind. They will just round their top mark and come down for the last time today.
Yeah, sprint races, which is like the Botany Bay race.
Yeah, remember a few hours ago when we said, oh, it's going to be a couple of short sprint races?
Yeah.
So I think we can see on screen now that is Cybertech Group with their grey spinnaker just put a jibe in, so I was wrong before. They have started going around that top mark, and it does appear that Cybertech Group have a nice lead. If you missed it before, EBIX did have a protest flag up. We're not too sure what that was about, but we might hear before tomorrow. Cybertech Group going into today and after our first race today are currently sitting in second overall for our 13-foot skiffs, with EBIX currently first overall.
Yeah, once again, EBIX have been, just by getting those consistent results, they're in a controlling position in the overall point score, even with Cybertech coming at them today. They should be going into tomorrow in a pretty comfortable position. But full credit to Theo and Kobe. They've sailed an excellent regatta. They've really stepped up this event from where they've been, and it's really impressive. They've done some great sailing.
EBIX have just jibed. It does look like EBIX are currently in second for our 13-foot skiffs.
Yeah, nice lead to Cybertech. The comfortable lead, but yeah, as I say, when EBIX keep finishing within one position of them, it's hard to get a points break when EBIX has just been so consistent. I'd expect tomorrow we'll see EBIX sail as cleanly and as closely as they can to these two young men. EBIX, of course, being our defending national champions. They'll be hoping they'll be able to make that two in a row.
really great tactics we can see similar to the 16-foot skiffs with Cybertech Group. They have a considerable or a confident lead, but they're just putting a jibe in there, I think, to put a loose cover on Ebix, who are on screen there. So while you want to sail your own race and look for the breeze, you do have to be wary of your competitors. It's a long run down to the finish, much longer than the first time down. So you don't want to get too carried away sailing your own race.
Giving chase to these guys, I think we've got Black Cat, Harkin and Modern Concept Constructions. Pretty evenly spaced, so I can't see, barring someone having a swim, I can't see these placings changing too much on the run home to the finish. It's excellent sailing from all our 13 sailors today. It's been very tricky, and you've also got to remember that when we're in those tight confined spaces with the 16-footers, these kids are going to find their way through all those skiffs. It's pretty daunting for them.
They do a very good job of it, though.
They don't, yeah, don't they?
They don't flinch, do they?
Pretty composed, yeah. Now, was it Ebix you were saying you thought had a protest flag?
Yeah, on the starboard shroud.
Starboard shroud?
Yeah, I think I can see it's still out. So.
Yeah, it doesn't look too big, or like, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's unravelled, but yeah, no, you might be right. They might be doing something. Might have been a little infringement with someone.
I think a really great image there. One thing I really enjoy about the 13-foot skiffs compared to boats of a similar size is the 13s do have a masthead spinnaker, whereas a few other boats of a similar size, their spinnaker doesn't go all the way to the top of the mast. I think it's really good for them to have experience with a much bigger kite, and it makes the downwinds much more fun when you can get more speed with the spinnaker. Another great jibe from Cybertech Group, making their way down to the finish. Still got a little way to go, but sailing really well and comfortably at the moment.
It's a long way down to this finish this time, but it's just off the club, so they've got to get home anyway. And
do you want to tell us who's on screen now, Dolly?
Oh, that'd be my girls, Sophie and Bella. They haven't had such a stellar week this week, but this is a better race for them, and they'll be happy to be a little bit further up in the results for that one. But,
for the viewers at home, the 16-foot skiff results are up and live.
They might be interesting, do you think, Jimmy?
So on screen there we can see Cybertech Group and Ebix with the white spinnaker not too far behind. It looks like Cybertech Group were looking over their shoulder a bit, jibing when Ebix were jibing to maintain that loose cover on them, and Ebix have caught up a bit. I don't think it will be quite enough for them to take the lead.
So in the 16 Subly, they don't sail tomorrow and finish on 22 points. Imagine if they win tomorrow and end up on 23 points.
Yeah,
so
that's what I figured.
Really,
I worked all that out myself, Dull.
So quite historic. Looks like we're going to have a female Australian champion in the 16-foot skiffs, and likely in the 13-foot skiffs again. So, wow, it's fantastic. And I'm sure there's going to be some celebrations at the St George Sailing Club.
Yeah, absolutely. For a St George boat to win at their home club is just fantastic.
Pretty certain Sarah will be the first female skipper in the history of the 16-foot skiffs to win that trophy. So
yeah, absolutely. She has shown some real talent from many, many years ago, so for her to be able to come out here and just show everyone who she is, well done, Sarah. And also well done to her team. We're not going to take anything away from the boys she's sailing with. They are two very, very competent sailors, so congratulations.
yeah, Keegan and Kurt.
Here we have Cybertech Group just putting in one last drive to cross the finish line. They've sailed an excellent race. A fairly convincing lead from the rest of the fleet.
Jimmy, how many times in the last 18 months on the camera cat have we said somebody sign her up? Every time she'd fill in.
Well, if we had $1,
yeah,
we wouldn't be out here doing this. We'd be fine.
we even kept offering to manage her a few times, didn't we?
Oh, mate, it's like I sort of sit there and wonder, like some of the boats that look like overlooked it.
Well, but let's say they had the opportunity to hire her, and yeah, may have looked at other avenues, but she's certainly proved a few people wrong.
Third, we have our boat from Hornsby, Coringo.
Yep, Black Cat.
Black Cat.
And I just saw Ebix approach the back of the committee boat, the start-finish boat, and I suspect they might have been informing them that they intend to protest. I would be the only reason I think they would go over there and do that.
What's the point situation again in the 13 style? Like, is it worth it to them?
Well, probably not, seeing that they finished a second, but I would have to have.
And they won this morning's race.
Yeah.
Well done to Black Cat there.
Looks like our next 13-foot skiff will be Harkin. Heidi will be heading up to sail in the Flying 11 national titles, which start on Monday. So she's got one day to get up to Brisbane to then do it all again in the Flying 11. So well done for her to perform really well in the 13-foot skiffs and hopefully do well in the Flying 11s too. So
We'll drop it at the end of the runway tomorrow afternoon after we finish, eh? I think there's a few kids heading up to the Flying 11s.
There is, and we're not seeing Tim and Taylor Lees out here today or tomorrow because they've hit the road. So they've given the last couple of days of the 13s a miss. So yes, Jimmy, you're asking about the 13-point score, and I don't want to detract from those who are finishing. So there's Tom and Tom in MCC, and then the Sail Media boat. Fantastic.
And the girls on Botany Scaffold.
Girls on Botany Scaffold. Great to see them get a better race in today. So, Jimmy, from what I figure, from today, Ebix and Cybertech had a win and a second each. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So I've got them. I figure they're on equal points, mate.
Okay, so it's game on. That's probably why the protest has potentially been lodged.
Assuming the protesters against Cybertech. Who knows? Oh, the peanut gallery behind are just commenting on.
Which peanut gallery behind us? The ones on board here or the ones over there at that club? What we might do, we might actually, being old Buffer's Old Salt Day, we're going to roll on over and
get a couple of pictures.
We'll get we'll point some cameras in the door and see who we can see for the in the clubhouse. We'll see who's still standing up. There's Plonk just finishing.
One thing's for sure, Jimmy, we won't be conducting a fashions in the field.
Oh, in there, definitely not.
There is the magnificent St George Sailing Club.
So you had all the old buffers back at the club. If you look at the screen, you're on TV, folks.
Most of them have got to head for radio anyway, Dole, so...
And no one's looking out waving, so they're obviously paying zero attention. We've sent the drone in there to have a look. There we go.
The Chelmsford deep sleep bus has arrived, is it?
Maybe.
Well, what we might do, we might wrap up proceedings from a very, very long day. Thank you very much, Jessica Isles, for jumping in and ably assisting us, as always.
Thank you.
Dole, thank you, buddy. I'll see you again tomorrow.
Goodbye, everyone. Good afternoon. My brain hurts.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm tired.
that's the least of it. But that is today's races 7 and 8, with race 9 to come tomorrow. Congratulations to the guys on Southerly.
Indeed.
Sarah Lee, Keegan York, Kurt Warner. Brilliant effort, team. And we will see you here tomorrow for race 9. And this has been a Sail Media production for the St George Sailing Club.